Chapter 659. Deal with the vampires. How do you know her? Asked Gaia. Finally, she couldn't keep her mouth shut anymore. Tsk. Lenora slowly shook her head. What's the rush? You haven't even seen our hospitality yet, said Lenora. She winked at Michael before snapping her fingers. To Michael's surprise, the scenery around them changed. He and Gaia appeared in a gloomy hall dimly lit with torches. At the center of the hall was a large stone round table. Michael immediately recognized the room. This was the meeting hall of the elders. His spiders were still around. He could sense them. Follow me. Lenora appeared before him. She led the two toward the stone table. The entire hall was silent. As Michael stepped forward, the gentle smell of blood began to permeate the air. The round table slowly opened. Without uttering a word, Michael and Gaia went through the opening and stood in the middle. At the moment, only one stone chair among the 10 was occupied. Soon, figures appeared in the hall one by one. Considering Michael and Gaia had seen them in their surveillance room, they recognized each. The first to appear after Lenora was a brunette. She was Trista. No one would ever think of her as a vampire. She dressed in brown silky robes, leather boots, and wore thick red lipstick. She winked at Michael playfully before taking her seat next to Lenora. Following Lenora, Saber entered the room, surprising Gaia with his young look. If she didn't know he was a vampire, Gaia wouldn't throw a second glance at him. He looked like a next-door kid in his teenage years. He still had the baby fat on his cheeks. The two vampires didn't look surprised, which meant they already discussed bringing Michael and Gaia to their castle. However, Michael wondered where they had this conversation and how they communicated, because he bugged the entire castle, yet he had never seen them together after their discussion about the blood prints. Michael patiently waited for Ingram to join them. His fearless eyes surprised the vampires, especially Saber. Just like Lenora, he also felt something strange about the human before him. Saber couldn't find a word to explain this feeling. If he had to, he would say fear. Why did he feel afraid of the human? Saber asked himself. They were nightwalkers, rulers of the night, and gods among mortals. Yet, the vampires felt a seed of fear sprouting in their hearts. Finally, Michael saw Ingram appear in the hall. The dim torches illuminated his calm-looking face. His ashen hair was neatly tied into a ponytail. Unlike the other elder vampires, he was in armor made of both leather and metal. With the sword dangling on his waist, he looked like the embodiment of the word bravery rather than a vampire. Although there were 10 stone chairs, Michael had never seen all of them get filled. It was always these 4. He recalled seeing a fatty bald vampire when he first bugged the castle. For some reason, that vampire was nowhere to be seen. Of course, Michael didn't know Harriet killed Hacken because he created another elder vampire, who almost killed Michael and Noah in the alchemy competition. Is everyone here? Asked Lenora. The others nodded. Everyone remained silent, letting the eerie feeling creep into Michael and Gaia. So who killed Puma among the two of you? Asked Trista. I did, said Michael. When did you figure out he was a nightwalker? Asked Trista. When I saw him regenerate and show his fangs. Let me get this straight. Trista chuckled, leaning forward. You found he was a nightwalker, killed him somehow, and thought it's a good idea to track down the one who sent him. Not exactly, Michael shook his head. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net if you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. Then tell us, why are you really here? Said Trista. Michael took a deep breath. I am here to offer something in exchange for information and peace with your kind, said Michael. Information about her mother, I presume, Saber calmly said, surprising Michael. He moved his gaze from Trista to Saber. The young vampire leaned back on his stone chair with a smile. You can hide her face with a mask, but you cannot replace her blood. A naga. Saber glanced at Gaia from head to toe. Both Michael and Gaia were shocked. They didn't expect Saber to find out her origin. Michael felt like he had underestimated the vampires. Not just a naga. The princess of Nagaland. The rightful wonder to the throne and the only daughter of Adelia Ashton. Saber slowly spoke. His voice was mixed with admiration and shock for some reason. Since Michael was pretty good at reading people, he could tell Saber definitely had some respect for Adelia. To be honest, Michael had so many questions about Adelia. The woman intrigued him to the core. At first, she was just Gaia's dead mother. Other than that, Michael didn't have any other thoughts about Adelia. But the more he dug deep into Gaia's mother, he was constantly surprised by her. First, Gaia saw a recording left by her mother. She was a member of the Order who asked Gaia to find the Dark Lord. Then, Eladir revealed Adelia's origins as Wraith, one of the founders of the Order. Now he learned Adelia might have been a vampire, and somehow earned the right to be hunted by the Death Squad. There were so many mysteries around Adelia. It was like peeling an onion. Secrets kept coming one after another. "You don't seem crippled to me," said Ingram. "Tell me about my mother. Where is she?" Gaia ignored Ingram and questioned them all. Michael tried to stop her, but it was too late. Luckily, the vampire seemed amused by her outrage rather than offended. "You may have misjudged the situation, Your Royal Highness," Lenora chuckled. "You're alive because we felt somehow curious about Puma's death and his strange request to meet us," said Lenora. "In other words, you're walking on a line between life and death, so you better keep us curious," said Trista. There was a hidden murderous intent in their voices. Michael stepped forward. "Elders, I am going to show you something." Michael glanced at the elders. They nodded after a while. Finally, with a flick of his wrist, Michael took out a sparkling gold potion. The position glistened and sparkled like liquid gold. "This is what you were talking about. A potion?" Lenora looked a little bit disappointed. However, Saber felt a strange energy from the potion. "Not a potion, Elder. I found this in the treacherous ocean. It was left by a 6-star alchemist," said Michael. The vampires possessed the ability to tell whether someone was lying or not by sensing their heartbeat and facial signs. Thanks to the system, Michael was able to fool the vampires. Along with the parchment, unfortunately, the parchment crumbled due to time. However, I remember the words. "May thy rulers of night rule the day." This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net the vampires were taken aback by surprise. From their point of view, the human before them was telling them the truth. At that time, I didn't understand the meaning, even after seeing the potion's effect. "What are the effects?" Saber asked. Michael grinned inwards when he saw the curious look in the vampire's eyes. "Offer protection against the sun. Until I learned about the night rulers, I didn't think of this potion as much." "Are you telling us this potion will protect us from the sun?" groaned Lenora. Her normal playful voice disappeared. Instead, she talked in a cold voice. "If my calculations were right, this potion will protect you for at least an hour and a half. With time and resources, you can find a way to make the potion's effect last long." Suddenly, Saber waved his hand. An invisible force snatched the potion out of Michael's face. If this didn't work, Saber didn't finish his sentence but let Michael imagine the outcome. "You can do whatever you want with me," said Michael. With a nod, Saber disappeared from the hall. Following Saber's disappearance, silence took over the hall. Michael and Gaia remained still. Michael squeezed her hand, wordlessly reassuring her. If his peaceful way didn't work, he wouldn't blink an eye to slaughter the elders. Gaia had never begged him for something. But for the first time, she cried for his help. There was nothing he wouldn't do to find Adelia. He must find her. After all, Adelia wasn't just Gaia's mother, but a founder and a member of his order. If she was alive, it was his responsibility as the Dark Lord to take care of his loyal followers. Besides, Adelia was family. After a couple of minutes, Saber returned to the hall. This time he wasn't alone. He had an elf dressed in a fancy noble dress with him. The elf looked terrified, and Michael could see the sweat beads on his forehead. "What happened?" Lenora asked Saber. She failed to hide the curiosity in her heart. I survived," the elf said, shivering. Except for Ingram, the other elders looked bewildered. Even the usually calm and composed Saber couldn't hide the excitement. His hand trembled, holding the vial with a few drops of golden liquid in it. Instead of answering, Saber appeared in front of Michael in a blink of an eye. He grabbed Gaia and Michael by his neck, lifting them up off the ground. Despite Saber's scrawny look, he was able to lift Michael and Gaia without breaking a sweat. "Tell me, where can I find more?" Saber loosened his grip just enough to let Michael barely utter the words. Tell me about Adelia and agree to call off the death squad. If we don't get back to where we came from alive and unharmed, the potions are good as gone, Michael grinned. The information Michael had was crucial to the point that it could change the entire vampire's fate. In other words, Saber can't kill him even if he wishes to. Phase 1 of shocking the vampires with the potion had been completed. Next phase, get the protection of one of the elders and learn about Adelia. Chapter 660. The Blood Prince's punch. Saber clenched his fist. Seeing Saber lose his calmness stunned the others. Trista and Lenora had never seen Saber like this before, which led them to believe the potion really worked. To their surprise, Saber released the two of them. Michael and Gaia coughed, running their throats for a moment. It worked. Saber turned around and responded to everyone's curious looks. For a moment, Trista and Lenora couldn't believe what they had just heard. No matter how powerful they were, the sun was their ultimate bane. Even the elders were unable to survive the sunlight for a couple of minutes, let alone the minions. It was the only weakness they had besides primordial flames. At least with primordial flames, they could somehow kill the flame wielder. With the sun, they had no choice. Hence, they never dared to step outside their castles during the day. How many more do you have? Asked Saber. The others were kinda in shock to question Michael, except for Ingram. Michael couldn't read what was going on in Ingram's head. He remained without showing any signs of emotions on his face, as though the potion meant nothing to him. 20, said Michael. What stops us from killing you after you gave us the location? Finally, Lenora snapped out of her shock and questioned Michael. Nothing, Elder. But I'd rather die instantly than live looking over my shoulder my entire life. So here I am, taking a leap of faith, said Michael. Besides, I don't see any other way to find Adelia. The elder vampires took a few moments to weigh their options. Although they were brutal and cruel, they were not dumb. These vampires survived all these years by capitalizing on opportunities and working with valuable assets like Ghost. At this moment in time, the Ghost was far more valuable to them as alive than dead. Compared to the potion he gave them, the lives of two half-baked elder vampires and Puma who were stupid and weak enough to get killed was nothing. Moreover, Saber had other plans for Ghost. Saber looked at the others for a moment before nodding at Lenora. Finally, Lenora decided to share what she knew about Adelia with Ghost and Gaia. The one who put the hit on Adelia was Elder Kragan. He's dead. Gaia's heart skipped a beat. But the last time I heard, Adelia ventured into the treacherous ocean, searching for the wise dragon. If I were you, I'd start my search with that dragon. Lenora didn't bother to explain the dangers of venturing into the treacherous ocean. He was just a human. But since he had given them something crucial and asked them for their mercy, she would call off the death squad until he messes with her kind one more time. How do I know you're telling the truth and not leading us into a death trap? Asked Gaia. Lenora burst into laughter. You don't. But you have no choice either. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novelnext. To experience faster update speed. To Michael, Lenora didn't seem like she was lying. Plus, she had no need to lead them into a death trap. Once we retrieve the rest of the potions, I will call off the death squad. But make no mistake, if you ever kill one of my kind again, I will personally come for your life, Lenora threatened Michael. I will not dare to, Michael bowed slightly. Now the location, asked Saber. Michael slowly moved his hand into his inner coat pocket, making no sudden movements. He was about to retrieve the parchment when a sudden thudding sound made the entire hall tremble. The torches were snuffed out by an invisible force. Darkness fell over them. Saber conjured an orb of light, sending it to hover over them. But the orb could hardly illuminate the place. Something sucked all the light, making the place gloomy. Everything went silent. HRRGGM. A demonic growl cut through the silence. Immediately, Michael's neck hair stood up. A powerful being just appeared in the hall. He sensed the being with his environmental scanning. However, Michael couldn't pinpoint the being's exact location. He tried to move but failed to do so. His body simply refused to move. The hall continued to tremble with each thud. Little by little, the thudding sounded closer and closer to them. Michael's nose twitched due to the overwhelming stink of blood in the air. The orb of light could hardly illuminate the place with its dim red flames. Michael glanced at the elders to see a bewildered look in their eyes. He quickly tried to access the spiders around the hall. To his shock, he sensed no spiders around them. Every single one got destroyed. Warning! 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 Suddenly, several red warning boxes blocked his vision. The system screamed inside his voice. Michael was about to teleport away from the place when he saw a hulking figure step out of the darkness. The figure was gigantic, red, and muscular to the point any oblivious man would be terrified to even look at it. Even the elders looked puny in front of the towering 8-feet humanoid monster. 2 dark horns protruded out of each side of the monster's head. The figure looked like the embodiment of the word demon. The figure snarled, revealing its 2 long fangs. Blood prints. Michael heard Trista take a step back, sweating from head to toe in utter fear. System. Michael immediately shouted at the system in his mind. At the same time, the blood prince dashed at Michael, destroying the stone table between him and Michael. Unfortunately, the blood prince's speed was beyond the limits of Michael and everyone in the room. Even the system wasn't fast enough to teleport Michael in time. As a result, the blood prince was able to punch Michael in the chest just before Michael disappeared from the hall. Teleportation. Humph! The blood prince snickered. His voice resembled the voice of the Dark Lord, but several times more demonic, evil, and threatening. The blood prince snapped his finger as the orb conjured by Saber shattered into pieces. Once again, pitch-black darkness surrounded them. Usually, vampires could see in darkness. However, the darkness created by the blood prince blocked their vision, blinding them completely. No. New. A sudden scream from Lenora stunned the elders. Her scream was abruptly cut short as they all heard the sound of flesh getting ripped apart. The elders weren't strangers to this eerie sound. But when it happened to one of them, they all trembled in fear. After a while, silence returned to the hall. The elders remained until the torches around them flickered. Finally, a torch lit up. And when it did, the elders almost screamed in terror. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net the Blood Prince sat on a throne where Michael and Gaia were. He was gnawing on a big piece of meat that resembled a human thigh. Their hearts pounded against their chests. Slowly, their gazes swept across the Blood Prince. In his hand was a head, Lenora's head. Blood trickled down from Lenora's neck. Welcome to the new age of Nightwalkers. The Blood Prince crushed Lenora's head with his bare hand. It created a sickening crunch followed by a burst of evil laughter. The system immediately teleported Michael and Gaia to the Mazeroth castle grounds. The force of the Blood Prince's punch sent them flying even after appearing in the castle ground. They both hit the ground, crashing through the grass field for a few minutes until they came to a halt. Gaia jumped back to her feet since she wasn't hurt. As soon as she got to her feet, she looked at her side to make sure Michael was all right. To her shock, he was on the ground, shaking. His chest smoked as though someone had set fire to his clothes. Human! Gaia screamed. Her knees turned to jelly as she collapsed to the ground beside Michael. One could clearly see the large fist on Michael's chest. The Blood Prince's fist left a clear burning mark on his chest. Furthermore, the wound ate through Michael's skin. Gaia noticed Michael spurting a dark foam out of his mouth. Sudden panic clenched her heart. She emptied a bunch of healing potions into his mouth, hoping they would heal him. However, the healing potion had no effect on Michael. Even after emptying the third bottle into his mouth, his chest still smoked, radiating a strong scent of burning flesh. Professor Steinmeier. Gaia's head jerked aside to see Gilrine. When he noticed Michael on the ground, the smile on his face froze. He rushed at Michael. What happened to him? Gilrine panicked. I don't know. I found him like this. Gaia didn't even know how she was able to answer Gilrine. Her mind was blank in shock. We need to get him to the infirmary. Now. Gilrine took Michael in his arms and stood back to his feet. Gaia didn't see any other choice. They were about to turn around when Gaia saw another figure stepping out of the darkness. With the long black robes and hair, Professor Lane blended in with the night like a chameleon. Professor Lane! Gilrine shouted. Professor Lane came to Gilrine's side. Oh my God! Professor Lane mumbled under his breath. The infirmary cannot save him. Bring him to my office now, Professor Lane instructed Gilrine. For the first time, Gilrine heard Professor Lane show a slight fear in his voice. Gilrine did not waste any time as he ascended into the air. What's happening to him? Gaia couldn't control the tears from flowing out of her eyes. Blood Prince Professor Steinmeier. He was punched by a blood prince. You don't happen to know that, right? Professor Lane questioned her expressionlessly. Professor? Gilrine's shout saved Gaia. They quickly looked up at Gilrine to see Michael's body frantically shaking. Chapter 661. Holy Maiden Rowena's help. The office of Lane was a gloomy and dimly lit room located in the dungeons. The shadowy walls were lined with shelves of large glass jars filled with slimy, revolting things, such as bits of animals and plants, floating in potions of varying colors. The office had a fireplace. At the moment, it was dark and empty. In a corner, Professor Lane kept his private stocks of alchemy ingredients in a cupboard. When Gilrine, Gaia, and Lane reached the office, Lane waved his hand. The runes on the door glowed for a moment before slowly creaking open. Put him there, Lane said, pointing his finger at the empty oak table in the center. As Gilrine placed Michael's shaking body on the table, Lane opened his cupboard and picked up a few potions from the shelf. Gaia held Michael's hand as tight as she could. Her eyes kept forming tears seeing Michael's condition. They both didn't expect the Blood Prince to be there. Furthermore, the Blood Prince was at half-immortal stage. There was no way they could have defeated the Blood Prince. At least, not with their current cultivation stage. Open his mouth, Lane ordered Gilrine. The big man squeezed Michael's jaw, opening his mouth big enough for Lane to pour a green slimy liquid into his mouth. Professor Lane. Is he going to survive? Asked Gilrine. It's a miracle he's even alive, said Lane. Where the hell did he meet a Blood Prince? Gilrine heard Professor Lane before. He was unlucky enough to know about those vile creatures. Unlike Lane, Gilrine never had to face one thanks to the gods. Without answering Gilrine's question, Lane just glanced at Gaia. She remained silent, letting Lane treat Michael. She couldn't even cry out loud or show her care for Michael. It would lead the others to suspect her relationship with Michael, which might lead to catastrophic consequences. Professor Lane. Gilrine called out for Lane. He noticed Ghost's entire body smoke, as though someone had set a fire under him. The temperature in the room increased by several degrees. Gilrine felt the heat radiating from his body. What's happening? Gaia panicked. Michael's hands began to burn hers. They were hot enough to make Gaia release his hand. I need cold water, Lane said. Go bring me as much water as possible from the lake, Lane ordered Gaia. Although she felt reluctant to leave Michael's side, she ultimately left the room without wasting precious time. After she left the room, Michael's body began to tremble violently. His body was burning hot. Smoke emerged from every part of his body. Shouldn't we inform Headmaster Wulfric? Asked Gilrine. To Gilrine's surprise, Lane shook his head. No. The headmaster has enough on his plate. A Blood Prince is the last thing he needs right now, said Lane. But Professor Lane, there is no cure for a wound caused by a Blood Prince. If we don't get all the help we need, he's going to die. Gilrine lowered his voice. Usually, Lane would agree with Gilrine. There was indeed no cure for a wound caused by a Blood Prince. That was what made the Blood Princes the ultimate force of nature. Just a single touch from a Blood Prince could poison a cultivator's body from within and turn them into a puddle of blood. The Blood Princes were the pure breed of vampires. A typical vampire would suck the blood while a Blood Prince sucks its victim's life force itself with a single touch. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novelnext.com to experience faster update speed. It was extremely rare for someone to survive a Blood Prince. But even if they did, once the Blood Prince touched the victim, only death awaited. Luckily for Michael, he had almost 1 million badass points after killing Duke Avon in front of the two armies. He ordered the system to heal his body. Otherwise, Michael would have died by now. Still, his survival depended on his willpower and Bodhi's ability to withstand the corrosion. When Gaia finally returned to the room, carrying a wooden barrel filled with cold water, she saw the smoking body of Michael. She almost dropped the barrel. With a quick wave of his hand, Lane sucked all the water out of the bucket, forming a large blob of water above Michael. He slowly let the water trickle into Michael, cooling his body. This continued for an hour. They had used almost 10 barrels of water, completely drenching Michael in the water. Despite their efforts, his body refused to cool down. As time passed, his skin slowly turned grayish. What's happening? Gaia felt a lump forming in her throat. She couldn't help blaming herself for Michael's state. If it wasn't for her and her pursuit of her mother, Michael wouldn't have gone to the vampire castle. He took the risk solely for her. "We need something colder," said Lane. Although there was no cure for the Blood Prince's touch, something kept Ghost alive from within. Therefore, Lane wanted this strange force to fight the Blood Prince's touch. All he had to do was buy enough time for Ghost to survive and heal. "I'll bring the ice." Gilrine quickly rushed out of the room, heading for his hut. "What do you want me to do?" asked Gaia. "Unless you have something colder than ice, bring it to me," said Lane. His voice showed no emotion whatsoever. Gaia suddenly remembered the ancient ice core Michael bought in the auction. Unfortunately, the ancient ice core was in Michael's system storage. Hence, Gaia couldn't get her hands on the ice core. What about cold flames? Suddenly, when Gaia was feeling helpless, a calm voice resonated in the room. The two of them turned their heads to see a girl dressed in sky blue robes. Her raven black hair fluttered in the wind. When she appeared, the temperature rose because of Michael's body slowly started to drop. A chill air swept across the room. "Rowena," Gaia mumbled under her breath. The last time Gaia saw Rowena, she fought the possessed fire giant. Gaia panicked when she saw Rowena. Several questions emerged in her mind. The first was, what if Rowena finds out Michael is the Dark Lord? They were as good as dead once the Holy Maiden learned the truth about Michael. "Holy Maiden," Lane acknowledged Rowena with a small nod. "It's dangerous to use the cold flames, Holy Maiden," said Lane. He knew Ghost already possessed a primordial flame which might refuse to let another primordial flame enter his body. If the two primordial flames clashed inside his body, the result would be catastrophically bad. For instance, the entire room might explode into pieces along with his body. "The cold flames are the only chance he has," Rowena calmly said. She slowly approached Michael and stood beside Gaia. For a moment, Rowena stared at Gaia without batting an eye. Gaia felt as though Rowena was staring into her very soul itself. Her gaze was cold and piercing. A bad feeling emerged in Gaia's gut. "Wait!" When Rowena was about to conjure the cold flames, Gaia stopped her. Just like Lane, Gaia was also concerned about cold flames meeting the dark flames. "Unless you want him to die, you won't stop me again," said Rowena. After a deep thought, Professor Lane nodded. "Let her. This might be his only chance." This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net Gaia couldn't care less about their opinions. She would rather give her life than gamble with his life. However, she saw Michael's finger tap the table. He moved. Gaia exclaimed, "If you want me to cure you, move your finger one more time," said Rowena. To their surprise, Michael tapped the table with his index finger. Gaia finally heaved a sigh of relief inside. If Michael wanted the cold flames, Gaia knew he must have a way to heal himself with the cold flames. She trusted him. Finally, Gaia stepped aside, letting Rowena conjure the cold flames. As soon as the icy blue flame appeared above Rowena's plan, the temperature in the room dropped to the point they could see their own breath. When Rowena brought the flames closer to Michael's body, a thin layer of ice started to cover his skin. Slowly, Rowena pressed the flames against the burning wound on his chest. Michael's body trembled as the cold flame slowly crept into his body through the wound. Initially, Rowena felt something powerful preventing the cold flames from entering his body. But that strong force faded away, and she didn't find any resistance from his body anymore. "I brought ice." Gilrine entered the room with a barrel. His words were abruptly cut short when he saw Rowena in the room. "Holy Maiden." "Shh." Rowena shushed Gilrine as he quickly shut his mouth. He sneaked into the room, trying his best not to make any sound. On the other hand, Gaia didn't take her gaze away from Michael, not even for a second. Rowena continued to send the cold flames into Michael's body, removing the Blood Prince's corrosion from his body. Although it looked like a simple task, a simple mistake could end the lives of everyone in the room. Rowena focused like a hawk on the task. This was the hardest task Rowena had performed in her life. Despite the cold temperature in the room, Gaia noticed Rowena sweating. Her face turned pale. Anyone with eyes should see the exhaustion on her face as clear as day. Yet Rowena didn't dare to lose focus. Seeing the holy maiden's state, Professor Lane took out a blue potion from his shelf. He waved the potion. Under their gazes, the blue potion evaporated into a cloud and enveloped Rowena. Her body quickly absorbed the cloud to revitalize itself. The treatment process lasted for 12 hours. Lane and Gilrine left the room, leaving Rowena and Gaia behind. Eventually, the grayness in his skin disappeared. Instead, his skin glowed. Furthermore, his breathing returned to normal. Except for the burning wound on the center of his chest, the rest of his body stopped smoking out. As Gaia was staring at Michael, the cold flames finally disappeared from Rowena's hand. Gaia looked up at Rowena. "What happened?" asked Gaia. "His body needs some time to heal," said Rowena. "Keep him here. He needs the cold flames for at least a week. I will be here tomorrow at the same time." Rowena turned around. She was about to leave the room when Gaia questioned her. "Why help him?" Silence fell over them for a few moments. "I owe him for saving my family." Chapter 662, System Version 7.0. For the next 8 days, Rowena came to Lane's office to treat Michael like clockwork. As a holy maiden, she had no need to help Michael at all. But she was not an ungrateful person. Ghosts saved her mother and sister. So Rowena was just returning the favor. Even if she knew Ghost was the Dark Lord, she would have still helped him. On the 9th day after Rowena left Lane's office, Gaia sat on the chair beside Michael, holding his hand as usual. When Lane asked why she was staying with him, Gaia simply said it was her duty to keep every student alive. She also informed him she wanted to be with Ghost in case he woke up. She wanted to be the first one to know what happened to him. At least that's what she said to Lane. The office was gloomy and dark. Except for Michael. Only silence and grief accompanied Gaia. Seconds turned minutes and minutes turned hours. Gaia gently brushed Michael's forehead, hoping he would wake up. She didn't know how long she could keep Nightmare in control. The dragon may be kinder than many of his kind, but when someone hurts the people he loves, he would go to any lengths to destroy them. Ever since Nightmare had known what happened to Ghost, he was shouting at Gaia and Eladir to let him go outside. He wanted to burn the vampires to the ground. Only if she wasn't weak, Gaia would have done that already. The night went uneventful until the room suddenly started to become darker and darker. She looked up to see a dark cloud enveloping Michael. Golden lightning bolts appeared out of nowhere, dancing around Michael. Gaia immediately stood up. To her surprise, she saw a movement in his eyes. "Michael." A sudden joy hit her heart, her eyes brightened. As though nature itself had sensed Michael's wakening, dark storm clouds blanketed the clear sky in a few moments. Streaks of lightning flashed across the sky, almost splitting the sky into halves. The howling wind informed the world about Michael's awakening. Finally, Michael's eyes slowly opened. To Gaia's shock, his eyes were pitch black. He slowly rose from the table. There was strange radiation coming from him. Gaia could sense it. The energy radiation was powerful enough to make breathing harder. He cracked his neck, creating a crackling sound. "Michael." Unknowing to her, fear clenched her heart. She slowly, without making any sudden movement, put her hand on Michael's shoulder. He turned his head. "I am back." His voice sounded deeper and more demonic than before. Surprisingly, Michael didn't use any voice modulators. His natural voice turned like this. It took Michael a moment to adjust his voice. "I am back." Michael repeated the words. This time in his normal human voice. Despite the darkness, the spooky voice, and the strange energy, Gaia jumped at him, hugging him as tight as she could. "I am so sorry," Gaia sobbed. It was obvious she blamed herself for what happened to Michael. However, Michael solely blamed himself. If he wasn't weak, the Blood Prince couldn't have hurt him. "Why? I experience near-death experiences like having breakfast," Michael smiled. In her joy of seeing Michael wake up, Gaia failed to notice the troubled look in his eyes. The Blood Prince's punch affected him to the point he had to spend 300,000 badass points to temporarily heal himself. According to the system, He had to break through to the half-immortal stage within the next 6 months. Otherwise, his body would decay and he had to start everything from the beginning. That meant a new body at the first stage of cultivation. Simply put, everything he worked hard and built would go down the drain. As long as Michael was alive, he wouldn't let that happen. Thanks to Rowena and her cold flames, Michael woke up in just 8 days instead of the system's estimation of 3 months. His current situation was a blessing in disguise. Plus, it made venturing into the treacherous ocean a high priority. Killing the mutated beasts in the treacherous ocean was the fastest way to reach the half-immortal stage. But he must forget to upgrade the system to level 7. Because of his actions on the battlefield, he had 600,000 points even after spending 300,000 to heal himself. We cannot be seen like this here. I'll be here until morning. You make sure Elides is all set in my room to activate the array, said Michael. After a long moment of thinking, Gaia eventually decided to leave him. The moment Gaia left the room, Michael willed the system to show how many gold coins he had in the system storage. His total net worth at this point was 25 million. He kept 11 million with him in the storage, and the rest in the Grand Spire Bank. The latter was his backup funds. Without a second thought, Michael ordered the system to convert the entire 11 million into badass points. I am sick of this slow-paced journey of mine, Michael mumbled. He played too safe and it resulted in him getting his ass kicked. The number of enemies he had grew by the day. To be honest, Michael became sick of it. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net if you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext. To experience faster update speed, it was time to remove some heads and root out some pests in his life. Conversion completed. The host has received 440,000 badass points. Michael took almost 8 months to upgrade the system from version 5 to 6. In stark contrast, he decided to upgrade the system to version 7 in just 2 weeks. All because of his actions on the battlefield. He almost wished for more wars in this world, so he could earn millions of badass points in a single day. System upgrade yourself. Wow. That's really fast. I wish there are more blood princes out there to knock some sense into you, host. The system ridiculed Michael. The system upgrade will take 6 hours. You won't be able to use the system during the upgrade process. I expect a free spell token from you, system, said Michael. He was still sitting on the table. If you ask nicely, the system might give you one. Michael jumped to the ground from the table. Please. To Michael's surprise, the system gave him no response. It began to upgrade itself while Michael laid back on the chair Gaia was sitting on. Since there was nothing else to do until the system finished its upgrade process, Michael closed his eyes to meditate. 6 hours flew by in a blink of an eye. Michael opened his eyes when he heard the system's notification in his mind. The system upgrade is completed. Current system level 7, 0. The host can now have up to 35 subordinates. The host has received 1 free spell token as a gift for upgrading the system. I'll take the Silenes spell please, Michael said. He didn't even bother to take a look at the spells in the store. Ding! The host has successfully acquired the level 1 Silenes. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, the bubble lasts for 5 seconds. The area of effect is a 0. 5-meter radius. Michael heaved a sigh of relief. His next task was to get enough experience points. Michael had 2 plans to raise his level. To get the first plan running, Michael contacted Azazel. My lord. Azazel, initiate plan Dark Sweep. Start with the heads of the 3 big sects. Can I coordinate with Lady Kaplan, my lord? Asked Azazel. Yes, plan Dark Sweep was Michael's quick way to get experience points. Up to this moment, Azazel watched the feeds in the surveillance room and listed potential targets for the order of death to kill. Now that Azazel had a physical body, Michael was able to send his butler to kill some of the targets, starting with the sect masters of the 3 big sections. After their deaths, there would be a power vacuum. Hopefully, this power vacuum would destabilize the sects enough for Elder Ella and Claire to take over the sects entirely, or bite a chunk out of these sections. Once the 3 heads were dead, Michael could not only receive experience points, but the status of the Sunrise sect would also rise beyond his expectations. Use the Molten Plague with care, Michael instructed Azazel. Before leaving for Amazaroth, he gave Azazel a few crates of molten plague, just to use in a situation like this. I will, my lord. I received information about a secret meeting between the 3 heads from Lady Kaplan. It's a good opportunity to kill all the 3 heads. When is this meeting? In 12 hours, answered Azazel. Then I expect the good news in 12 hours. Azazel, don't get caught. I want my lord, Azazel calmly answered Michael. Confidence reeked in his voice instead of any uncertainty. After cutting the communication with Azazel, Michael quickly took a glance at his status. Since he had upgraded the system, the experience level cap for level up in the fusion stage reduced from 1 million to 800,000. Killing a fusion stage cultivator would give him 500,000 experience points. He roughly needed 3 dead fusion stage cultivators to level up. Lucky for him, each sect leader was at the fusion stage. You're up, Michael heard Lane's voice from behind. Michael slowly turned around to see Professor Lane enter the office with his usual expressionless face. Thanks to you, Professor. Sit. Professor Lane pointed at the chair before the oak table before sitting on his chair. Although Michael had reached Professor Lane's cultivation level, and was just a few items away from reaching 6-star alchemist, he respected the man. His knowledge and experience was a droplet compared to Professor Lane's ocean-like knowledge. Professor Lane might be the first man Michael looked up to as a mentor after Spectre. Usually, I don't poke my nose into students' business. I simply don't care, said Lane. Judging by his tone, Michael could tell it was indeed the case. But your matter is different. You endangered Mazeroth by almost bringing a blood prince to our doorstep. What do you have to say for yourself? The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 663. The fall of the 3 big sects in Elon. When the last light disappeared over the horizon, darkness enveloped the world. Everything beneath the dark sky was blanketed by puffy snow. The howling wind breezed through the trees. Falling snow embraced the trees with its cold embrace, turning the green trees white. Except for a few torches to illuminate the snow-covered paths, the rest of the city of Rosegate slept in darkness. Rosegate was one of the 4 duchies in Kingdom Kethin, and also the only kingdom that didn't participate in the recent war between Icefair, Pentown and Flamefair. Almost everyone in Rosegate was sleeping peacefully inside their homes, except for the 3 sect leaders. They held a meeting inside a brightly lit room. Everyone sat around an oak table, taking sips out of the golden chalices. One of them was Sadie Kaplan. She accompanied the sect leader of Silvermoon, Ursula Colt. She was the prettiest woman in the room. Even Sadie paled in comparison in terms of beauty. Ursula let her silvery hair free and wore enchanting blue robes which showed her deep cleavage. The other 2 sect leaders were men. One of them was Lancelot Morningstar, the sect leader of the Morningstar. Lancelot was a fairly built man with striking golden hair. His neatly combed hair was tied into a ponytail, and the stubble beard gave him a certain charm with the ladies. The one who sat next to him was Garrett Eyre, the sect leader of Golden Valley. Unlike Lancelot, Garrett was a big bulky man with a bushy beard. Despite the cold weather, Garrett was dressed in a vest, leaving his big arms exposed to the coldness, and leather pants. At the moment, they all shared the same concerned look. Are we going to sit here all day and stare at each other or come up with some plan? Asked Lancelot. We definitely cannot destroy them. Not with all their alliances and connections, said Garrett. Contrary to what someone would expect from a big bulky man like Garrett, he was surprisingly calm and collected. Simply put, Garrett was brawn with brains. That was what made him one of the most dangerous men in the Elon continent. It's only a matter of time before they make an attempt to take over our sections. How many sects they had already swallowed? 10, 20, 15 to be exact, said Ursula. It was an enormous number. In a short period of time, the Sunrise sect had gone from a declined sect to one of the most powerful sects in Elon. The flag bearer of the takeovers, Ella was an unstoppable force when it came to pursuing sect leaders to join the Sunrise sect. At first, the 3 big sects didn't mind the Sunrise sect taking over a few declined sections. They thought it was a lost cause since those sects were on the brink of closing down. However, as time passed, The Sunrise sect made unrefusable offers to the sects that were running without any problems. One by one, they took over all the sects in Bredia, Drattle, and most of the sects in Kethan. In the sheer number of disciples, they were getting close to each of the 3 big sections. My little birds told me Ella and Claire are eyeing for the sects in the royal land, said Ursula. Hearing them bitch about the growth of the Sunrise sect made Sadie proud of her friend, Ghost. He joined the sect with nothing and built it from the ground up to challenge the 3 big sects themselves. Of course, Claire, the elders, and Ella played a big role in the rise, but Ghost was the one who started everything. There is only one thing we can do at this point: make counteroffers to those sections. In other words, we take over sects before the Sunrise sect could, said Garrett. No, Lancelot banged the table with his fist. I wouldn't let those street dogs step into my sect and spoil the great name of Morningstar, gnarled Lancelot. Among the 3 big sects, Morningstar had the most intense recruiting process. Even if someone had heaven-defying talent, if they were not from a noble background, the odds of their placement in Morningstar would be next to nothing. The Morningstar sect handpicked noble talents. But now, even the nobles were considering joining the Sunrise sect due to the abundance of cultivation resources available in the sect. Moreover, the Sunrise sect had the best mentors to guide the youngsters in their cultivation. Once again, Ghost's pills and potions played a huge role in producing talents left and right. We could have used King Bredia to destroy the sect because of his enmity with Ghost. But after what Ghost did at his daughter's engagement gala, I don't think King Bredia would even breathe in Ghost's direction, said Garrett. Do we even have a plan, or are we just here to bitch about their growth? This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit novelnext.com to experience faster update speed. It's you two who's in trouble. My Sadie here is a good friend of Ghost. So as long as Ghost lives, Silvermoon is safe from the takeovers. Ursula grinned, taking a small sip of wine from the chalice. Garrett and Lancelot looked at Sadie for a moment. Sadie dear. Ursula turned her gaze to Sadie. What's your thought about all this? Ursula asked Sadie. If you ask me, I'd say leave them be. There's no use in kicking a hornet's nest, said Sadie. The trio was surprised by her answer. I don't see any harm in turning the 3 big sects into 4 big sections. Now we are all bitching on an assumption the Sunrise sect will try to take over our sections. Even if they did try, just refuse their offer. It's that simple, said Sadie. Pretty girl, it's not that simple. Lancelot gritted his teeth. He always thought Silvermoon and the girls were beneath them. Only because they were big and influential enough to rival Morningstar, he tolerated their existence. Power is an addiction, and that bitch Claire and Ella are way deep in it. They wouldn't stop until there were no other sects in Elon than the Sunrise sect. If you don't believe me, my spies with Ella told me she was indeed talking with some of the elders in my sect. The moment I return to the sect, have to make an example out of these traitors, snickered Lancelot. So they had already begun the takeover of our sects, Garrett sighed. It's not that I don't believe your spies, but if what they said was true, we have a reason to wage war against them. They might be powerful, but they cannot win against the 3 of us combined, said Ursula. Lancelot. Garrett turned his gaze to Lancelot. Don't kill the elders. Make them record their shady deals with Ella in a recording stone. We use that as leverage to ask Claire's hand in marriage for someone worse. We force Claire to kill him. Use that as an excuse to wage a war against them. It's a classic way that works every single time, chuckled Garrett. Sadie sighed inwards, almost feeling pity for these fools. Although Sadie seemed to be in cahoots with Ursula, Sadie hated Ursula to the core. She had turned the Silvermoon into a whole house. The entire continent called the Silvermoon girls bitches due to their cultivation style, and the task they performed under the order of Ursula. She picked up poor little girls and turned them into harlots when they came of age. With the Dark Lord's help, Sadie could finally take the Silvermoon in a different direction. For that to happen, Ursula had to die first. Lady Kaplan, it's time. Suddenly, Sadie heard Azazel's voice in her head. Her heartbeat slowly increased. Taking a deep breath, Sadie put her hands under the table and took out a vial of the molten plague from her space ring. She released the vapor into the air. Unknown to the 3 sect leaders, they began to breathe in the poisonous air. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net, I have an infamous man whore in the sect. It's time he gets a chance to settle in life. Lancelot chuckled devilishly. To a bad marriage. Ursula raised her chalice for a toast. But when raised her chalice, she coughed. Following her, Garrett also coughed violently. What the fuck? Lancelot growled, but he too fell victim to the violent cough. They were confused. Suddenly, the bright chandelier flickered. Flower barrier. To their shock, Sadie waved her hand, casting a spell around them. In a blink of an eye, a wall made of flowers appeared around them, trapping them inside. Sadie. Ursula growled. Her eyes turned bloodshot. It was obvious to them that Sadie had poisoned them somehow, because she was the only one who remained without coughing. Garrett quickly reached out for the battle axe behind him as Lancelot tried to cast a counterspell. To Lancelot's shock, he couldn't feel the celestial energy around him. While the chandelier was flickering, Ursula saw a figure coming through the blue flower wall around them. The flowers turned black and crumbled to ashes when the figure touched the wall. The moment they saw the figure, their eyes went wide. Fear clutched their hearts tightly. At this moment in time, not a single one remained without knowing the name the Dark Lord or Lucifer. His black robes, the dark clouds around him, and the flickering lights were dead giveaways. Dark Lord, Ursula mumbled. She crawled backward in utter fear. Unlike the trio, Sadie was nonchalant. She just took a step back, letting the Dark Lord handle them. Garrett finally managed to grab the battle axe. He was about to swing the axe at the Dark Lord when two black beams shot out of the Dark Lord's eyes, penetrating straight through Garrett's head. The battle axe fell from his hand with a loud thud, followed by his lifeless corpse. Lancelot was in shock. But before he could do anything, the Dark Lord turned his gaze toward him as the dark beams cut Lancelot's head clean off of his shoulder. Blood spurted out from his neck, painting the table red. Sadie, help me. Ursula lost all the courage to fight as a result of the fear toxin. She grabbed Sadie's leg, begging for her help. Go to hell, bitch. Sadie grabbed Ursula by her hair and threw her to the Dark Lord. Sadie saw the Dark Lord cup Ursula's face. Ursula struggled frantically. However, her struggle only lasted for a few seconds as the Dark Lord fired the dark beams straight through Ursula's head. The beams went through Ursula's eyes, forming two big holes in her head. The trio survived almost 100 years in the world, but their light of life was snuffed out by the Dark Lord in a few seconds. From tomorrow the Silver Moon sect is yours, said the Dark Lord to Sadie. Chapter 664. Rowena and Ghost meet each other while Azazel was slaughtering Michael's potential foes dressed as the Dark Lord. Michael sat in his room with Eladir, enjoying the experience points. By killing the 3 sect leaders, Michael earned 1.5 million badass points. Since the level cap to reach the next level in the fusion stage was 800,000 experience points after the system upgrade, he leveled up once. Currently, Michael was a fusion stage level 8 cultivator with just 100,000 experience points away from reaching level 9. Michael leaned back on his chair, watching Eladir drawing glowing runes on the floor. Under the red carpet, Eladir created an array that would let Michael travel between the Ukilan realm and the outside world. Is it ready yet? Asked Michael. Do you know how many defense arrays are around Mazeroth? Eladir answered Michael's question with a question of his own. No idea, Michael shrugged. 128. It's not simply to pass through all of them undetected. So give me some time. Eladir sounded annoyed. You don't have to be a bitch about it, Michael chuckled. He was in a good mood despite his current situation. If he didn't break through to the half-immortal stage in 6 months, his life would be reset. Thanks to Rowena, he had more than enough time to reach the half-immortal stage. The big obstacle that stood between him and reaching the half-immortal stage was system upgrade. Luckily, he had upgraded the system, so he only needed approximately 1 million experience points to reach the half-immortal stage. In other words, he was just a 1 fusion stage kill away from the half-immortal stage. Hopefully, Azazel would find some targets to slaughter. What's your plan for Adelia? Are you any closer to finding a cure for vampirism? Asked Eladir. Ever since he heard what happened to Adelia, he has been nagging Michael to find Adelia. It wasn't like Michael didn't want to find Adelia. He almost lost his life trying to find her. Rather, Adelia was clever enough to hide from the rest of the world for years. His best bet was to find the wise dragon residing somewhere in the treacherous ocean. However, when it comes to curing the vampires, Michael had other plans. The vampires were a deadly force to be reckoned with. If he had an army of vampires, he would be unstoppable. Curing them would turn them into mere mortals, which was a waste of such a powerful force. Hence, Michael wanted to get rid of their weaknesses instead of stripping their power. What's the point of curing them when I can make them better? Ellider stopped working on the array for a moment to look at Michael. His eyes glimmered with shock. What do you mean? Ellider creased his brows. Think about it. All I have is enemies. Everywhere I turn, I see nothing but people who want my head on a pike. The Guardians, the Sky Hall, the vampires, the Queen and her minions, and tomorrow, there will be someone else. The Order is still in the baby phase. I am sick of having too many enemies and too little help. So I am going to build an army of vampires. I just need to get rid of their lust for blood and weakness for the sunlight. Once I do that, they won't be just cured. They'd be better, said Michael. Ellider sensed the excitement in his voice. Unfortunately, Ellider wasn't convinced by Michael's reasoning. What about people like Adelia? Those who were forced to be a vampire? This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. Wow, did you drop your brain today? You're not listening to me. If you take away the blood, lust and weakness for sunlight from a vampire, they will be just cultivators. Michael leaned forward, slapping the back of Ellider's back. In other words, I am curing them, said Michael. As long as they don't have any side effects. After all, she is your family, Ellider hissed. I almost died for her. That's not enough? Michael slowly shook his head. Come on, let's go. We have a damn class to attend. I feel like a school kid. Michael rubbed his temples. He was frustrated thinking about attending classes, especially the useless ones like close combat, spellcasting, and history of cultivation. The only subject that interested Michael was alchemy, unlike almost all the students in the House of Alchemy. They all hated Lane. Speaking of Lane, Professor Lane interrogated Michael about the blood prints and how he came into contact with one. Although Michael was an excellent liar, he didn't take the risk of lying to Lane. Thus, Michael told him everything except the part where he met the vampires to find Adelia. Since it was all true, Lane believed Michael. Surprisingly, he also advised Michael to stay as far as possible from the vampires. Furthermore, he also asked a few things about Voldegard's. Michael still couldn't believe Lane was Julian Voldegard's uncle. Apparently, Lane left the family for some reason after a fallout with Julian's father. If Lane didn't leave the Voldegard family, Lane would have been the family head, not Julian's father. Since Michael and Lane were close, Michael told Lane about Eve's curse. A partial reason for telling Lane about the curse was to change the topic from the vampires. Because of Michael's decision to tell Lane, as the head of House Alchemists, Lane granted Michael 2 weeks leave. So could leave Emazaroth for the treacherous ocean whenever he wanted. He was just waiting to reach fusion stage level 9. Then he would leave for the treacherous ocean. Unfortunately, Gaia had to stay in Mazeroth to avoid raising suspicion. Michael was still figuring out how to tell Gaia to stay. When it comes to her mother, she was an adamant person. Soon, Ellider and Michael navigated through the corridors and reached the combat classroom. Many of the House Alchemist students greeted Michael with waves and fist bumps. As usual, Michael and Elodie went straight to the last bench and put down their books and quills on the table. The two of them leaned back against the wall, closing their eyes to take a short nap. In the entire classroom, only they liked to sit on the last bench and nap during Gaia's class. The others were too scared even to bat an eye once she had entered the classroom. 30 minutes passed in a blink of an eye. Many thought Professor Steinmeier missed the class. Even Michael wondered where Gaia went. His train of thought was cut short by a gentle voice. "Excuse me." Michael heard a girl's voice. At first, he thought the voice was coming from the table next to them. He was proven wrong when someone tapped his shoulder twice. Ellider was long asleep to the point he was snoring. Michael, on the other, slowly opened his eyes. A blonde girl with bubbly eyes stared at him. She held the books against her chest and wore emerald green robes, which meant she was an alchemist. But Michael had never seen her before. "Can I sit here?" she asked. Michael looked around the classroom and found several empty benches, especially among the girls. So Michael wondered why the hell this girl wanted to sit next to him on the last bench at that. "Knock yourself out." Michael sighed and slid aside. After all, he didn't own the classroom to tell the girl to scurry off. To Michael's surprise, the girl smiled after sitting next to him and extended her hand to shake his hand. "I am Ruby. This chapter upload first at Novelbin." Neat. As soon as Michael heard the name, it flooded his mind with memories he had buried deep in his head. Ruby. The images of Ruby in Michael's orphanage flashed across his eyes. She was like a big sister to Michael. He killed for the first time in his life to protect Ruby. Even before transmigrating to this strange new world, Michael visited Ruby to ensure she was happy. For a few moments, Michael's mind was filled with the memories of Ruby. He remained silent until the girl waved her hand before his face. "Hello." Michael snapped back to reality. "We don't actually say our names here," said Michael. The girl grimaced. "Ah, I completely forgot about that. Keep this between ourselves, okay?" said the girl. Michael nodded. He had zero clues that the girl was none other than Rowena Winston. The spell she cast on herself was too powerful for the environmental scanning or the X-ray eyes to see through her disguise. After saving Michael with the cold flames, she decided to spend some time with the person who saved her family not once but 3 times. Furthermore, she felt some strange connection with Ghost when she sent the cold flames into his body. She wanted to find the root cause of this strange new feeling. "Is he always like this?" Ruby asked, looking at Eladir. Michael smiled. "Pretty much," said Michael. "I am not very good at alchemy," said Ruby. "So, will you be able to help me if I'm stuck at some point?" Michael looked at her. She seemed genuinely asking for his help. Usually, Michael would avoid teaching anyone except Olivia, but the name Ruby was kinda his weakness. So Michael sighed inside and nodded. "Will do." Once again, Michael and Rowena shook each other's hands without knowing the truth. This was the beginning of Rowena and Michael's relationship. Unfortunately, they both didn't know where it would take them. Chapter 665. Not so friendly duel. Rowena didn't know Ghost was the Dark Lord and Michael didn't know Ruby was actually the Holy Maiden, Rowena Winston. Without knowing each other's secret identity, they conversed like old friends. Since both of them were siblings, they became friends more quickly than one would expect. The usually silent Rowena felt comfortable and friendly with Ghost as though she was walking to Noah. Michael explained some of the fundamentals of alchemy to Ruby, in exchange for some battle tips. To Michael's surprise, Ruby seemed very competent in battle arts. She talked about war formations, battle tactics, and controlling flames to great extent. Their conversation went on for almost 15 minutes, until Gaia finally entered the classroom. Her glance swept across the hall. She slowly walked behind the ceramic table located before the green board. After staring at the students for a while, she flicked her wrist as a silver parchment appeared in her hand. She opened it up for the students to see, but except for the front row students, the others couldn't read the words. "I have in my hand the second year, Battle of the Houses Circular," said Gaia. She amplified her voice with arch energy for every student to hear her. "Many of you may know about this, but if you don't, let me give the gist. Each student in each house has to pick a challenger from within their house, or from the other to engage in a friendly tournament. It's not a battle tournament. Instead, you will be given a flag when your challenger accepts the challenge. Defend the flag from your challenger. That's it. If you are a daredevil alchemist who wants to challenge someone from the warrior house, you have to defend yourself using potions, spells, begging, anything. If you're a runemaster, you will use runes to defend your flag. If you're a blacksmith, you build stuff to fortify your area." The students looked excited to show what they could do. Many had already fixed their challengers in their minds. Hearing their excited murmur, Gaia rolled her eyes. "Don't be too quick to get excited. Since the headmaster will be watching the duel, I decided to spice things up. I allowed the seniors to participate in the duel. So you better pray you don't get a challenge from a senior. Of course, you have the right to decline the challenge, but it won't look good on you. **chicken. Gaia ridiculed those who wanted to back off if a senior issued a challenge to them. However, Michael felt excited. There was no one in his current batch who could defeat him. Not that the seniors could defeat Michael, but battling seniors would make him get more badass points when he mops the floor with them. The last time he faced a senior named Diego, he almost killed the guy. Michael wondered whether he still holds a grudge against him. Professor Steinmeier. An elven girl raised her hand. What is it? Asked Gaia. How many challenges one could get an issue? Asked the elf. As many as you like. If you feel daring, be my guest. Challenge anyone you want, how many times you want. The duel will last for 3 days, so everyone should better be ready, said Gaia. You seem happy. Rowena turned her head to see a smile on Michael's face. Just wondering who should I challenge and who might challenge me. What if I challenge you? Ruby tilted her head. I will decline. Rowena was surprised by his answer. He didn't even consider it. However, he didn't seem like he underestimated her. Rather, he looked like he already had someone in mind who might challenge him. Now the seniors will enter this hall, and if they feel like it, they might pick you up on a challenge. Gaia turned her gaze to the door as the students from the senior class entered the hall in a neat line. This chapter upload first at NovelBin.net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. Aren't you gonna wake him up? Rowena asked, looking at Eladir. The dark elf was exhausted enough to sleep without bothering about anything. He just leaned against the wall and slept peacefully. Gaia stepped aside, letting the seniors take a good look at their juniors. Among the seniors, Michael's eyes fell on the 4 strongest and most famous students: Deacon Saunders, Bethany White, Diego Carter, Erica Dawson, and Elliot Watson. As Michael expected, Diego's eyes turned predatory when he saw Michael on the last bench. To rile Diego up, Michael didn't even look at him. Feel free to talk shit about each other. Gaia jumped on the table and prepared to watch the students pick up their challengers. I pick you. Diego's voice cut through all the noises. Rowena looked at Diego's eyes and saw deep hatred in them. Everyone turned their heads to see Michael. Nope. To their shock, Michael rejected the challenge outright without a second thought. I am bored of kicking the crap out of you. Just pick someone weak like you. Some of the dwarves in the hall burst into laughter. Even the orcs who saw how the battle between Michael and Diego went furrowed their creases. They really didn't think Diego had a single chance against Michael. Seeing Diego getting ridiculed by the juniors, his 4 friends as well as the seniors clenched their fists. He wasn't wrong. Like pouring fuel into a burning fire, Gaia chuckled. Last time you challenged him, Gilrine had to carry you to the infirmary. Some of the senior students who hated Diego joined the laughter, making Diego into a joke. Diego's eyes turned blood red with intense anger and hatred. He wanted to rip Michael to shreds. For a few moments, nothing but laughter echoed through the hall. I challenge you. The laughter was cut short by Deacon's thick voice. He stepped forward, flaunting his chiseled chest and long black hair. Why is he shirtless? Rowena whispered to Michael. Michael wondered the same. Granted, Deacon had a magazine-worthy physique, probably due to forging stuff and working in a forge too much. Although many, especially girls, drooled at his bare upper body, Michael felt like he was being a cringe. Deacon would look like a scrawny kid if Michael removed his robes. At the moment, Michael was too disappointed in Elliot to bitch about Deacon's wardrobe. I don't need you to save my face, Diego growled. I am not saving your face, I am saving our class. Deacon shut Diego up. The students looked between Michael and Deacon. I accept, said Michael. If you have any weird manly bets, go crazy, said Gaia. She knew how much Michael enjoyed beating famous people up. So she just made the competition a little bit more interesting. If I win, you have to apologize to Diego in front of all Maze-Roth. If I win? Asked Michael with a snicker. What do you want? Deacon didn't sound like he was being arrogant. Michael sensed no arrogance in his voice. Instead, he felt trust and confidence in his abilities. This chapter upload first at NovelBin.net. I want you to put on a shirt. Michael's answer surprised everyone, including Deacon. Rowena chuckled inside. The dwarves were the ones to first laugh and clap for Michael. The dwarves really started to like Michael despite their racial differences. For a moment, Deacon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But eventually he nodded. Following their dramatic challenge, the students went on picking whoever they wanted to battle. Many alchemists played it safe by picking a fellow alchemist instead of someone from the other houses. It made sense and was a perfectly logical decision. Not everyone was Michael. To Michael's surprise, Ruby got picked by an elf in the warrior house. She accepted the challenge without even giving it a second thought. Eladir on the other hand picked by an orc who got irritated by Eladir's lack of focus on the class. Because Eladir was asleep when the orc issued a challenge, Gaia accepted the challenge as a punishment for sleeping in the class. After everything was said and done, Gaia finally announced when the duel will start. You have 3 days to prepare. Each house will have its storeroom open for you. So knock yourselves out. The duel will begin sharply at 8 o'clock in the morning at the arena. Bring your games with you. Class dismissed. Gaia left the hall before the seniors and the other students. Since the professor went outside, the seniors remained in the class for a while. Diego shoved Deacon aside to make his way to Michael. Hey, wake up. Michael didn't notice Diego as he was trying to wake Eladir up. Look, Rowena nudged Michael in the hand with her elbow. Michael turned and saw Diego approaching him with gritted teeth. His 4 friends followed him behind as Bethany tried to stop Diego from reaching Michael. She didn't want to cause a ruckus again. Among the students, Victoria and Edith stared at the scene with pure curiosity, especially Victoria. She wanted to witness how Ghost was going to handle Diego. If it wasn't for Deacon, Victoria would have challenged Ghost, just to see who was the most powerful among them. When Diego reached the last bench, he slammed his fist on the table, waking up Eladir. What the heck is happening? The dark elf yawned, stretching his muscles. Then he noticed Diego staring at Michael with eyes full of killing intent and hatred. Michael didn't react much. He just leaned back. You made a huge mistake, pal, growled Diego. Most of the students stopped their chit-chatting to focus on Diego. That is. Michael dragged his words as though he had no idea what Diego was talking about. Diego. Bethany called for Diego. She placed her hand on his shoulder, but he pushed aside her hand. Listen to you buddies and save yourselves further embarrassment, said Michael. He slowly stood up, followed by Eladir and Rowena. He came face to face with Diego. Since Michael was taller than Diego, he looked down at Diego with a ridiculing smirk. You may have bested me earlier, but it won't happen again. When dash, just get out of my face. Diego's words were cut short as Michael nudged him aside with his broad shoulder and walked away from him. Arrogance is weakness disguised as strength. It will only lead you one way down. When Michael was passing Elliot, he heard these words from him. Instead of responding to Elliot, Michael walked away. He preferred to talk in action rather than words. In 3 days, he would show the difference between him and all the others. Chapter 666. Nightmares. Question. 3 days flew by in a blink of an eye. In the 3-day, Azazel, Arya, and Sadie ended Michael's potential foes who planned to interrupt the Sunrise Sex rise. Thanks to the trio's perfect coordination, the assassinations went without a hitch. As a result, Michael reached the fusion stage 10, and was just 300,000 experience points away from breathing through to the half-immortal stage. Finally, having subordinates and an order paid off for Michael. He couldn't have earned experience points this fast without them. Now that the Dark Lord was killing people while Ghost was in Mazeroth, even the Sea Folk wouldn't think of Ghost as the Dark Lord. Are you ready for today's duel? Michael slowly opened his eyes to see Nightmare sitting atop his chest. Michael took a short nap to make himself reinvigorated. Eladir, on the other hand, didn't even bother to think about the duel. Instead, he focused on finishing the teleportation array, and finally, he managed to finish it. Now Michael could travel back and forth without buying a teleportation scroll from the system. Furthermore, the defense arrays in Mazeroth wouldn't detect Michael. Deacon is at the core strengthening stage. I am at the steps of the half-immortal stage. There is no duel. It's going to be me kicking his ass in front of all the Mazeroth, Michael said, playing with Nightmare's growing horns. What if Deacon sensed your cultivation level? Asked Nightmare. He would have still gone for it, said Michael. I think so too. But still, I want to see what a 4-star blacksmith can do, said Nightmare. Even Michael wanted to see the capabilities of a blacksmith in a battle. He wondered how Deacon would utilize his talents in the duel. The more amazing things Deacon does, the more badass points he would receive by defeating him. Eladir. Michael turned his gaze toward Eladir. The half-elf was sitting before his work table and busy trying to create some new runes. He finally slowly turned his head around after Michael called him. Don't make it look too easy. Apparently, the headmaster will be there. So we have to play it safe. Wulfric, that old bastard. You know him? Michael rose from the bed with a tinge of curiosity in his eyes. He grabbed Nightmare gently and kept the dragon on his lap. He took Nightmare's front legs and made him do a little dance while talking to Eladir. The gesture showed Eladir of the Dark Lord's playful side. The more time Eladir spent with Michael, the more he realized that Skyhall pushed Michael to be the Dark Lord. If he was left alone, Eladir knew he would have lived his life peacefully. By stripping the Dark Lord of everything, the Skyhall dug its own grave. His powers grew by the day. Eladir sensed it. Although he acted calm and composed when he was with Michael, Eladir was afraid of the Dark Lord deep down. He couldn't even imagine how powerful the Dark Lord would be after stepping into the half-immortal stage, the start of the Dark Lord's godhood. I do. Eladir nodded his head. Tell me about him, asked Michael. You know the usual. An orphan with immense talent. Chosen by the Maze-Roth when he was little. He studied, taught, and became the headmaster. No one has a clear idea how old he is. All I know is he must be an immortal. Speaking about? What are the stages above half-immortal? Asked Michael. Immortal, half-celestial, celestial. After the celestial stage, your body can leave this world and venture into the universe out there. This chapter upload first at NovelBin.net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. Why would anyone do that? Asked Michael. He was genuinely curious to see what's the point of leaving this world when it has so much to provide. As far as Michael was concerned, he wouldn't go out until he fully controlled this world and got bored with it. He wasn't a fan of going somewhere else, starting from the beginning, and working his way up again and again. To find a better world, I think. Nightmare almost burst into laughter. Can't they make this world a better place? Asked Nightmare. To do that, you have to go through the Skyhall. That, my little dragon, is no small feat when you end up on Skyhall's radar. You're doomed to live a miserable life. No offense to you though, Eladir said to Michael. Michael shook his head. None taken. You were right. They did make my life miserable. The Skyhall took something from me and I will take everything from them. His eyes turned predatory. Deep hatred and killing intent radiated from his body. Both Nightmare and Eladir sensed it. But Michael quickly controlled his emotions so the room wouldn't grow darker. He got slightly better at manipulating the element of darkness, after almost nearly dying at the hands of the Blood Prince. Have you met him? Asked Michael. When Michael asked this question, Eladir's mind went blank. He couldn't think of a single place or time he had met Wulfric. No matter how hard he thought, he simply couldn't find a memory of Wulfric and his meeting. Are you all right? Asked Nightmare, looking at the bewildered look on Eladir's face. Yeah. I didn't meet him. So who imprisoned you? Do you think Wulfric knew about your imprisonment? After all, you spend centuries in the Aquilan realm. It made sense for Wulfric to know about his imprisonment. However, Eladir couldn't find any memories of Wulfric's involvement in the imprisonment. How could he? Wulfric removed all the memories related to him before Michael saved Eladir. I don't think so. Eladir shook his head. Bullshit, rebuked Michael. You were under his nose all the time and you're saying he doesn't know about it? No way. Time must have degraded your memories, said Michael. Silence fell over them. After long deep thinking, Eldri opened his mouth. There is a chance someone from the Skyhall had removed specific memories, said Eladir. Shock and surprise emerged in Nightmare's eyes. If that's the case, what memories didn't they want you to have? Must be something pretty important. Michael rubbed his chin. You created the ritual to send me to Earth, right? What do you remember about that? You were imprisoned when they performed the ritual. So who performed the ritual? What were the requirements for this ritual, except for the one that my mother gave me up willingly? Asked Michael. After learning that his mother gave him up willingly, Michael didn't bother to investigate the ritual. because there was no need to. He saw no point in dwelling in the past or trying to decode the ritual. But he felt curious when he realized there might be a chance they mess with Elidar's memories. If they did remove Elidar's memoirs, he wanted to know which one. Blood of Celestial, Phoenix Ashes. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Elidar listed out everything needed for the ritual. But none of them seemed out of the ordinary. They were nothing but typical rare things to perform the ritual. Are there any specific requirements about the one who performs the ritual? Asked Nightmare. Must be at least an immortal. But the ritual came with a drawback. Whoever performs the ritual will have their souls explode into pieces. In other words, they would die at the end of the ritual. That's removed the headmaster from the list since he's alive, said Nightmare. Unless there was someone who witnessed the ritual, or we found your. Elidar paused his words. My mother, I don't have a chance to know the truth. But if they were able to remove memories, it's possible that woman didn't even know she gave birth to me. Michael's hatred ran deep. Hence, he used the words that woman instead of mother. He hated his real family to the point he didn't even bother to find them. If a powerful organization like the Sky Hall forced him to give up his child, Michael would either kill them all or die rather than give up his child. No amount of torture could make him do such a thing. Well, I will get my answers when I burn the Sky Hall and the Guardians to the ground, said Michael. Do you remember asking me about the God of Light? Elidar suddenly asked Michael. Yeah. I think Noah might be one, answered Michael. Light spells, drawing power from the light, darkness weakening him, Andreas choosing him to be the successor, and trains to defeat the Dark Lord. These were the exact words spoken by Elidar after Michael defeated the Elder Vampire with Noah. At first I thought, if Noah is the god of light and I am the god of darkness, we may be somehow related. But when I tested Sabrina's blood against mine, we shared no connections whatsoever, said Michael. Why did you ask me that suddenly? Asked Michael. Nothing. I just thought Andreas might have some ideas. Ideas about what? Asked Michael. On the other hand, Nightmare was deep in thinking about something else. The ritual and my memories. Don't even think about asking Andreas. The moment we tell Noah that we know about Andreas' existence, Andreas will turn his focus on us, or do some weird shit to figure out my secret, said Michael. Moreover, the system warned him not to touch Noah until he upgraded the system to level 8. This meant Michael had to be cautious every step of the way when it comes to Noah. That was the reason Michael always kept a distance between Noah and his family. His future meant more than his past. Let's go out. It's time. Michael finally left the bed. He felt excited about the duel because he would be able to reap hundreds of thousands of badass points. But when he was about to turn the doorknob and leave, Nightmare's question halted his steps. Ghosty, what if Sabrina wasn't Lady Diana's real daughter? Nightmare's question surprised both Michael and Elidar. His question made sense to Elidar. According to everything Eildiri had heard about Noah and his family, heaven-defying talent and godly powers ran within their family. Noah might be the god of light and Rowena was the holy maiden. So Elidar wouldn't be surprised if the god of darkness was born in the Winston family. Michael slowly turned to look back at Nightmare. The dragon tilted his head to the side and questioned Michael. What if we take Lady Diana's blood and test it again? The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 667. The Friendly Duel begins. The grand arena for the Friendly Duel was all set and filled with students. Among the 7 batches in Maze Roth, only the 6th and 7th batches participated in the duel. The rest of them were there to cheer for their favorite senior brother or sister. Hundreds of seats were raised in stands around the pitch, so the spectators were high enough to see what was going on. Every second stand was decorated with the colors of one house, and every other stand with the colors of the opposing house. Surprisingly, the staff, headmaster, and professors sat with the students instead of special seating. From above, the arena looked in the shape of an oval. It was at least 500 feet long and 200 feet wide. The students from the 2 competing batches gathered around in the hall beneath the spectator seats, and Michael was one of them. He stood beside Rowena and Elidar, waiting for their turn. Outside where they were, Headmistress Kayla Martin slowly rose from her seat. With a single wave of her hand, she sent a wave, silencing the students. When the arena completely fell silent, she began to speak, amplifying her voice with celestial energy. Let us have a joyous, entertaining, safe, friendly duel. This is an event to create joyful memories, not to start blood feuds. Remember that. But do your best to impress our guests. Kayla Martin looked at the few ashen-haired old people sitting beside her. They might offer you an invitation to join the most prestigious organization in the world, the Sky Hall. As soon as Kayla Martin uttered these words, many students gasped in shock. They all stared at the three elderly figures with wide eyes. Without wasting much time, Kayla waved her hand. Now for the rules, said Kayla Martin. The two doors on each side slowly opened. The one who walked out of the door was none other than Gaia. She leaped from one side and landed in the center of the arena in a blink of an eye. We have placed several defense and healing arrays in the arena to ensure the students' safety. Rules are simple. One student will have a flag and the other will have to take the flag and go through this hoop. As she said, Gaia flicked her wrist. A golden hoop materialized in the sky. If you defend the flag from your opponent for 5 minutes, you win. You can use everything at your disposal. To make the duel fair, your cultivation stage will be suppressed to the core formation stage, said Gaia. The rules seemed simple. Because everyone would be forced to fight and defend as a core formation stage cultivator, many lost their advantage. As a result, the duel became fair for all. Every student had to rely on their specialization to win the duel. Students, please step through the door according to your numbers. Michael heard Gaia's voice. They all received a silver card with a number etched in red before entering the arena. The two who held number 1 were Ruby and an elf from the House Warrior. Good luck, said Michael. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net if you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. Tell that to the elf, Ruby calmly said before walking through the crowd. The moment Ruby and the elf stepped into the arena, the feed of the arena materialized above the students. In the mirror, they could see Ruby and the elf making their way to the center. Gaia floated near the golden hoop. When the two competitors reached the center, Gaia threw a tiny blue flag to the elf from above. Since he challenged Ruby, he had to defend the flag from her. After the elf caught the flag, Gaia clapped her hands together as two bright lights appeared almost 50 meters away from the golden hoop. The emerald green light symbolized the alchemy house while the silver one symbolized the House of Warriors. Go to your designated areas, said Gaia. With a simple nod, the elf and Ruby went to the glow and stood, basking in the light. You have a minute to prepare yourself, instructed Gaia. Warriors! 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 The majority of the arena supported the elf by cheering the word warriors as loud as they could. Michael ignored those cheers and focused on Ruby, who remained calm as the sea. The elf waved his hand before taking out a golden bow and a quiver filled with obsidian arrows. He then stuck the blue flag behind him on the ground. Meanwhile, Rowena remembered doing nothing. Many thought she had given up before even the duel, while some thought she was being arrogant. After hearing Ruby talk about formations, battle tactics, and combat skills in great detail, Michael was curious to see what this strange new girl could do in a real battle. No one was stupid enough to think the elf would go easy on her. The minute passed in a blink of an eye. Time's up. Let the friendly duel begin. A thunderous bell rang in the arena. Finally, the friendly duel between Ruby and the elf began with the cheers of all the students. The moment the light covering them disappeared, the elf fired an arrow at Rowena. It soared through the air, leaving a blurry trail. To everyone's shock, Rowena grabbed the arrow without breaking a sweat. The elf was shocked, but it wasn't enough for Rowena to stop him from firing arrow after arrow at Rowena. But the result was the same. She dashed forward, catching every arrow the elf fired. In a few moments, she had a handful of arrows. Almost a minute had passed since the duel began. Rowena almost reached the elf. When everyone, including Michael himself, thought Rowena would close the gap between them, she threw all the arrows in the air. The students looked up at the arrows in the air. As the arrows reached their maximum height, Rowena closed her eyes for a moment and sent a pale blue wave of energy toward the elf. The wave transformed itself into a tube in the middle of the way. Suddenly, the ethereal tube leaped into the air. Before the elf could react or fire another arrow, the tube fell down, prisoning the elf within. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net the tube trembled slightly. Soon, all the arrows in the air soared through the air toward the tube. They all rained into the tube from above with enough force to make some students close their eyes. They thought the elf was being skewered by his own arrows. Arg! The elf screamed from within. Luckily for the elf, the arrows only penetrated his shoulders and feet. With a simple leap, Rowena landed next to the tube. She slowly placed her hand on the tube as it faded away into thin air. The elf was bleeding and groaning in agonizing pain. He couldn't even lift his finger, let alone his bow. Rowena waved her hand as the flag flew straight into her hand. The students were in shock, especially the students of House Warriors. Never in a million years had they expected an alchemist to defeat one of their own so easily. When they thought Rowena was about to fly through the loop to end the duel, she surprised them all by punching the elf in the face. His nose bone shattered with a sickening crunch. The force and sudden pain made the elf lose consciousness in an instant. The elf stumbled down on the arrows. Some of the arrows penetrated his back, drawing more blood out of his body. Throwing a last cold glance at the elf, Rowena leaped into the air and flew straight through the hoop. The students from House Alchemy rose from their seats to cheer for Ruby. Their thunderous roar echoed through the arena. She defeated the elf within 2 minutes. Except for Professor Lane, the other professors clapped for Ruby. They were impressed by her. "Yo 66, is that your girlfriend?" some of the dwarves asked Michael. "What makes you think that?" asked Michael. "Because she is a freak like you, ha 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 ha." The dwarves burst into laughter. "That pony challenged a wrong human." Another dwarf laughed, ridiculing the elves. The dwarves never wasted an opportunity to ridicule the elves. The elves hated both Ruby and that elf for getting his butt kicked by a human girl. Judging by the look in their eyes, the elf would definitely receive another beating from the elves when he returns to his room. The alchemists are really icing the warriors, but this year, the dwarves continued to rile up the elves. They had a good laugh. From the corner of the hall, Diego stared at Michael with eyes full of hatred. Following Rubus' victory, the students saw several duels where the warriors outshined everyone. Only some of the ringmasters and blacksmiths managed to defeat the students from warrior houses. The others, especially the alchemists, got their shit kicked out of them. Since the house warriors held a grudge against the alchemists because of Michael and Rubus' first victory, they didn't hold back at all. Many alchemists would have lost their lives if it wasn't for the healing arrays. When the sun began to set on the horizon, the students began to roar the names Deacon and 66. In Mazeroth, the final year students were allowed to use their real names. Since they would leave Mazeroth afterward, Wulfric allowed them to reveal their names so their friendship could continue even after leaving Mazeroth. Hence, they cheered for Deacon using his name and Michael with his given number. The students got their wishes to come true. The moment they saw Deacon and Michael, the students roared. All the students rose from their seats to get a good look at the ground. Even Victoria and Edith couldn't remain seated anymore. Michael slowly made his way to the center, cracking his neck. The god of darkness, Wulfric, who sat beside Kayla Martin, leaned forward. Finally, he met Michael in person instead of his glass orb. Wulfric had never felt such immense power from anyone in his life. Even Harriet's power paled in comparison with his. He couldn't even imagine how powerful he would be after entering his godhood. As usual, Gaia gave Deacon a flag since he was the one who challenged Michael. After getting the flag, Deacon went to the crimson red light symbolizing the house blacksmiths. In contrast, Michael went to the emerald green light. Chapter 668. Winning the duel. Everyone felt revitalized when they saw Deacon and Michael on the ground. Their cheers died down due to the overwhelming excitement. Except for Rubus' battle. Every battle went according to their guesses. None of the matches had two equally strong competitors. Even though Michael was an alchemist, not a single student underestimated him. "Let the battle begin," said Gaia. Her voice swept across the area. Without wasting time, Deacon flicked his wrist as a tall and wide metal box materialized on the ground before him. He quickly stepped on the box. To Michael's surprise, the metal box transformed itself by forming a metal armor on Deacon. The armor pieces covered him up from his legs to his head. In a few blinks of an eye, Deacon suited up completely. The silver plate armor didn't leave a single place on Deacon's body exposed. After adorning the armor, Deacon looked a foot taller and wider. Slowly he raised his hand, taunting Michael to come closer. The armor and the way Deacon suited up surprised Michael. It was like in the Iron Man movie, except Deacon's armor resembled a typical knight armor rather than Iron Man's armor. In addition to the armor, Michael noticed several runes glowing in various colors. Bethany White, Deacon's fiancée, and Diego's love enhanced the armor's attributes by placing several runes. Since she was a 4-star runemaster, the runes on the armor were pretty powerful. Many thought Deacon's odds of defeating Michael went way up. That was badass. Michael couldn't help admiring Deacon's suit of armor. But despite everything, Michael felt excited. Defeating an armored Deacon would get him more badass points than Deacon without armor. Thanks to Deacon's badass suit-up action, Michael could be more badass by winning this duel and their bet. Michael didn't waste any time. Deacon had the advantage of defending the flag. If he defended it for 3 minutes, he will win. Michael had to take the flag which was stuck between the armor and Deacon's chest. Wasting no time, Michael dashed at Deacon, casting the lightning dash. Because of the evening sky and the darkness, he was more powerful than he was in the morning. He left golden streaks of lightning in his trail. Many students saw nothing but a blur. But before Michael could close the gap between them, Deacon raised his hand. Suddenly, a fireball shot out of Deacon's arm with a loud boom. Sparks of fire flew as smoke puffed out of the armor. Everyone, including Michael, was shocked. The fireball soared through the sky, creating a deafening sound. The golden streaks of lightning and the fiery crimson-red fireball clashed in the middle. A loud boom echoed through the arena along with a powerful shock wave. The fireball exploded into smithereens, producing a thick cloud where it clashed with the golden lightning streaks. Deacon put his arm down. All of a sudden, a powerful gust of wind blasted away the smoke, revealing Michael. He stood there unscathed with the black shield in his hand. Many people gasped in shock. He blocked the fireball with the shield and remained still. Like everyone, Deacon was stunned. A small grin emerged on Michael's face. The system notifications rang continuously in his head. The number of badass points went from 40,000 to 300,000 in mere moments. Still, Michael did not give Deacon another chance to fire another fireball. Once again, Michael dashed at Deacon. This time, Michael closed the gap before Deacon could react. Although they were both at the core formation stage, the darkness boosted Michael's power. Surprisingly, Deacon's armor was flexible. He swung his metal arm left and right, trying to swat away Michael. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. Many, including Gaia, expected Michael to punch the armor with all his might. But he surprised them by doing something completely unexpected. While running around Deacon's armor, Michael smashed emerald green vials on the armor. Glass vials shattered when they came into contact with Deacon's armor. If Michael was to punch the armor, he would be able to make a dent in the armor because of the runes. They protected and made the armor quite strong. However, end of the day, the armor was metal. And Michael was an alchemist with potions to corrode and melt metals. The students saw the silver armor turning green. When they looked closer, they saw green goo covering Deacon. Deacon immediately sensed the threat. He tried to get the green goo off of his armor. The green goo was a special potion Michael created in his free time. After seeing the beast on the battlefield, Michael wanted to have ways to defuse metal weapons. So he came up with the Metal Eater. It was several times stronger than hydrochloric acid. Even with such a powerful acid, the armor was able to withstand instead of completely melting down. Deacon moved his hand left and right to get a hold of Michael. After failing to grab Michael with his hands, Deacon used his entire body to bear hug Michael. His daring maneuver was fruitful as he finally grabbed Michael. Deacon tried to squeeze Michael. With armor, Deacon was extremely strong. His hands wrapped around Michael's waist. Michael grabbed Deacon's shoulder and pushed himself back to avoid being squeezed. Although he was able to stop being squeezed, the acid got onto his emerald green robes. Time was running out. Suddenly, Michael head-butted Deacon. The force of the hit stunned Deacon for a moment. Without giving Deacon time to retaliate, Michael used his feet to push himself out of Deacon's grab. At the same time of the push, Michael cast the wind blast. The sudden blast of wind pushed Deacon backward, while throwing Michael out of Deacon's hold. "How does it feel like to taste your own medicine?" Deacon snickered. Michael couldn't see his face through the metal helmet, but he could feel the arrogant smile on Deacon's face. The acid ate through Michael's robes in a few blinks of an eye. Under everyone's gazes, Michael grabbed his robe and tore it away, finally revealing his bare upper body to the crowd. The students were stunned, especially the female students. They almost drooled at his chiseled body. Every piece of muscle had clear definitions as though his body was made from a special place. Wulfric and the staff raised their brows, not because of the muscles but because of the scars on his body. The entire was riddled with scars, burn wounds, and marks. Ignoring the sound of gasps in the crowd, Michael cracked his neck. "You have a minute," said Gaia. "This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net 60 seconds, more than enough." Michael's words oozed with confidence. Bolts of lightning crackled all around his body, almost covering him like a golden blanket. At this moment, he looked like the god of lightning. In a blink of an eye, Michael dashed at Deacon. This time he left after images on his trail. Deacon didn't even have time to raise his hands to cast a spell when Michael hit Deacon in the chest. The force of Michael's punch sent Deacon flying. The heavy metal hit the ground with a loud thud. Deacon left a trail of dust for several meters. Michael didn't give any time for Deacon to pick himself up. He landed on Deacon's chest with a single leap. The emerald green alchemy flames covered his hands. Since Wulfric was here, Michael didn't use the dark flames. Using his flame-covered hands, Michael grabbed Deacon's chest plate. Arg! Michael's biceps flexed up as he roared, tearing the chest plate in half. With a final thundering roar, Michael completely tore off the armor and took the flag from Deacon's chest. Michael threw the flag into the air before smashing Deacon's head between the two ripped metal pieces. Deacon felt his head being smashed by two hammers. Everything turned dark as he got knocked cold. After knocking out Deacon, Michael shot to the sky like an arrow. He grabbed the flag in the mid-sky. Throwing a final glance at Deacon, he flew straight through the golden hoop, finishing the duel. Everyone clapped and let out thunderous cheers for Michael. The alchemists were extremely proud of Michael. Today, Michael had become a role model for many first-year alchemists. He proved that an alchemist could defeat anyone. First, he defeated Diego, and now he crushed Deacon, a 4-star blacksmith. The orcs, dwarves, and even some of the elves clapped. They couldn't help admiring Michael. Meanwhile, Michael was extremely happy. Not because he defeated Deacon, but because of the 1 million badass points he received. He handed over the flag to Gaia. She gave an approving nod. Eventually, under the thunderous cheers, Michael went through the door that he came from to join the others. After Michael's battle, a few of them battled it out, but none were as entertaining as Michael's battle. Eventually, the first day of the friendly duel came to an end. Michael returned to his room, laid back on the bed, and started to ponder how to spend the 1 million badass coins. What to do? Michael asked himself. He thought about buying new spells for a moment, but after taking a look at his status window, he chose not to. Instead, he decided to upgrade the existing spells as much as he could with the points he had. His instincts told him to strengthen himself before venturing into the treacherous ocean. As the first step, Michael upgraded the Eyes of Doom, Energy Devourer, and Soul Eater. They were the low-level spell in his arsenal. In a blink of an eye, he spent 400,000 badass points. The 3 spells had reached level 5 after the upgrade. That was a simple task. The difficult one was which spell to upgrade next. He was in deep thinking. After a while, Michael decided to hold on to the points so he could upgrade whichever spell he needed the most in the treacherous ocean, or use them to buy something else. Finally, Michael closed the system and his eyes for a good night's sleep. He wanted to get some sleep before venturing into the treacherous ocean again. Who knew how many dangers he would face this time? Chapter 669. Meeting of Michael and Victoria Barneseye the next day. When the first light appeared on the horizon, dark chilly clouds blanketed the sun. Snow pure as an innocent child blessed the earth with its puffy whiteness. The trees shed their leaves, welcoming the winter with a warm embrace. The winter brought black and whiteness along with a bone-chilling coldness. Everything in Mazeroth looked white. The black lake resembled a floor made of obsidian. Mazeroth castle towers wore puffy snow-like hats. The students, especially the first years, rushed outside to play in the snow. Several students showed their imagination through various statues made of ice. Another group showed their lust for destruction by destroying those statues. Nonetheless, pure fun was just as abundant as the snow in Mazeroth. Back in his room, Michael slowly opened his eyes. He felt the chillness in the air and the joyful shots from the outside. He stretched his arm, pulling aside the curtains to see the heavy snow rain through the window. So the winter is here, Michael yawned. He jumped back from the bed and started doing push-ups to warm his body as usual. It took Michael almost 15 minutes to freshen up. Although cultivators didn't need baths, Michael's old habits followed him to the new world. Hence, Michael had never started a day without taking a bath and brushing his teeth. Wondering how to convince Gaia to stay behind while he ventures into the treacherous ocean, Michael walked out of his room. He was on his way to the arena, so he could watch how Ellider fared in the duel. To Michael's surprise, the common room was filled with a crowd. Why is everyone here? Michael thought to himself. Usually, the alchemy students would greet Michael with wide grins and fist bumps. But at this moment, none of them dared to move an inch. They all stood around something. So no specialization is inferior to another one. You cannot compare one with another. If you reach the top of your specialization, you won't have to fight. Michael heard a calm voice. Immediately the voice made Michael think of a wise old man. But he didn't sense anyone in his environmental scanning. He glanced at the room to find Ruby. She wasn't in the room. Learn to make the world a better place. Do not let the power corrupt you, my children. For some reason, Michael felt like these words were directed at him. Michael was curious. He wanted to see the voice's owner. That's all the time I have now. If a higher force allowed us, we will meet again. Unfortunately, the man seemed to have finished his gathering with the students. Michael slowly squeezed through the students to reach the front line. He was more curious than cautious. When he reached the front, he saw an old man with a long white beard and round glasses hanging on his nose. He was neither too tall nor too short. His body was hidden within the extravagant purple robes. As Michael imagined, the man looked wise, gentle, and an embodiment of calmness. Here you are. The man welcomed Michael with a gentle smile. They wanted to wake you up. But I didn't allow them. Did you rest well? The man asked in a grandfatherly tone. Headmaster. Michael was stunned. It was Wulfric, the headmaster of Mazeroth himself. What surprised him more was Michael didn't even sense the man's presence. Even when he met Wulfric face to face, Michael couldn't sense his cultivation stage. But his neck hair tingled. Deep within, Michael felt a strange surge of energy. Every fiber in Michael's body warned Michael of the powerful being before him. One thing was for sure, Wulfric was much more powerful than Michael thought he was. How about you walk me outside? Asked Wulfric. Michael wanted to get as far as possible from the man. However, he didn't have a choice but to nod. It'd be my pleasure, headmaster, said Michael. The students around Michael felt jealous. He got to talk to the headmaster alone. Only Michael knew the danger he was in. Having no other choice, Michael walked beside Wulfric. Among the 4 seasons, winter might be my favorite. What about you? Asked Wulfric. I think I like all of them, headmaster, said Michael. Do you know why I like winter? It's the perfect balance of light and darkness, as all things should be. Don't you agree? Michael felt a chill running down his spine. Despite the cold, Michael sweated beneath his robes. Silence fell over them. They both walked through the corridor in silence. Balance, yes, Michael nodded, breaking the silence. He didn't want to make things awkward. This year might be Mazeroth's golden age. We will receive yet another talented alchemist, said Wulfric. Michael creased his furrows. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novelnext.com to experience faster update speed. Noah Winston. You might have heard about him. Although Michael expected this deep down, it was still a bit surprising to hear it from Wulfric. I do know him, headmaster, said Michael. Are you a friend of his? asked Wulfric. We just know each other. It's a small world, headmaster. Despite everything, Michael remained calm. Luckily, Wulfric and Michael reached the outside where Wulfric stretched his arm to collect some of the falling snow. Even the strongest blizzards start with a single snowflake. Just like a long blood feud or lifelong friendship start with a single decision. Wulfric patted Michael on the shoulder before ascending to the sky. Michael waited until Wulfric completely disappeared from his sight. As soon as he disappeared, Michael turned around and rushed back to his room. Hey, what did the headmaster say to you? Did he give you any pointers? Several students questioned Michael when they saw him back. But Michael ignored all of them. He rushed to his room. Gaia. Michael immediately contacted Gaia. Eladir, Nightmare. Without waiting for Gaia to respond, Michael contacted Eladir and Nightmare. I am in the middle of a class. Are you alright? You sound worried. Michael heard Gaia's voice in his head. Drop everything you're doing and get back to my room ASAP, said Michael. Anything happened? Asked Gaia. No time to explain. Do what I say now. He also ordered Eladir and Nightmare to come to his room. While waiting for them, Michael upgraded the environmental scanning and paid the system a sum of badass points to strengthen the Eyes of Darkness. The moment the system finished upgrading the spells, Michael closed his eyes. He spread his senses around him. His eyes abruptly opened. Shock and panic glimmered in his eyes. The room grew gloomier as a dark shroud enveloped Michael. He looked up. Suddenly, the sound of something shattering resonated in the air. The level 8 environmental scanning exposed the surveillance spell put on Michael. System, can you trace the origin of that surveillance spell? Asked Michael. The system sensed the origin is from somewhere in the Aculon realm. But system version 9 required to pinpoint the exact location, said the system. The system's words confirmed Michael's suspicion. Michael spent 200,000 badass points to increase the darkness manipulation from 28% to 36%. As a result, his Eyes of Darkness received an ability to see through disguises. After meeting Wulfric and learning about the surveillance spell put around him, Michael had a feeling there might be people of Sky Hall around him in disguise. How can I be this careless and stupid? Michael punched the wall, creating a fist-size hole in the wall. I was being watched all this time. Michael gritted his teeth. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Nady's anger was cut short by someone outside his door. Michael sensed a core formation level cultivator knocking on the door. Judging by the outline of the silhouette, it was a female. System, if something goes wrong, do whatever you want and get me, Gaia, Elodie, and Nightmare the hell out of here. Noted host. Even the system sounded serious. Michael slowly made his way to the door and opened it. To his surprise, it was Edith who stood outside his door. What do you want? Michael was not in the mood to entertain Noah's girlfriend. Hence, his tone was not his usual friendly calm one. Edith was slightly surprised by his response. But she didn't show any emotion on her face. After all, she was here to ask Ghost about something important, not to pick a fight with him. Someone is waiting to meet you. I don't have time for this. If they want to meet me, ask them to come here. Michael was about to close the door when Edith put her hand on the door, stopping Michael. Sorry for this, Edith snickered. The next moment, Michael felt the space around him distort. In a blink of an eye, the scenery around him changed from his cozy room to a mountaintop. Michael saw several floating mountains around him. He could tell he was in the Aculon realm, but not exactly where in the Aculon realm. My sincerest apologies, Ghost. You left me with no choice. Michael looked over his shoulder and saw Edith. She is a good girl. Just a little bit stubborn. Edith chuckled. Her best friend was the prettiest and on the way to becoming the most powerful woman in the world. Who wouldn't like her? Edith doubted Ghost would be an exception. Who? Asked Michael. He controlled his impulse to rip Edith to shreds for teleporting him without his consent. She was lucky to be Layla's younger sister. You will see. Follow me. Edith led Michael through the snow. There was nothing but snow around him as far as he could see. Michael remained calm. He didn't want to do anything stupid before knowing what was happening. After following Edith for a couple of minutes, Michael almost reached the edge of the floating mountain. He was above the clouds. He could see the puffy clouds stretching endlessly around him. The alchemist robes he wore fluttered chaotically in the wind. After a while, Michael got annoyed and willed the system to equip his black robes. Finally, Edith stopped walking and turned around. Nice, you need to look your best. Edith gave an approving nod. What are we doing here? Asked Michael. You are really lucky, Ghost. Throughout these years, she has received proposals in hundreds. She rejected them all. But for the first time, she showed interest in you. So it's only fair, you two meet each other. Michael creased his brows. I know it's sudden. But please stay here and meet her. You will like her, Edith said in a gentle tone. Happiness was visible in her eyes. Michael felt so annoyed and irritated by Edith. He was in the process of leaving Mazeroth for good. Because of her, his plans were getting delayed. Michael, where are you? I am in your room with Eladir. Michael heard Gaia's voice. I'll be with you in a minute, Michael said, turning around to leave. He was about to take a step forward when he sensed a powerful being in his environmental scanning. You asked me who asked you to meet her, right? It's her. Edith looked up. Victoria Barnes. The Princess of Thusia. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 670. Meeting of Michael and Victoria Barnes. The moment Michael heard these words, his mind went blank. A ringing sound continued to resonate in his head. Everything from the images of Abra's first meeting with Victoria to the sanctuary burning in front of his eyes flashed across him. His body and hands shivered in pure rage. Meanwhile, Victoria landed near Edith. She looked at Ghost's back, having no idea who was in front of her. Lila, said Michael. The name immediately put a frown on Victoria's face. She used the name to infiltrate the sanctuary. Except for Abras, some elders in the sanctuary, General Booth, and her father, no one outside knew the name she used. But somehow Ghost uttered the name. Edith, on the other hand, thought he had said her elder sister's name. Michael slowly turned around. His eyes were bloodshot. All the veins on his face bulged up. Edith also noticed him shivering. Victoria still didn't figure out his identity because of Michael's beard. With a flick of his wrist, Michael took out a dagger. Edith's body tensed up, but Victoria remained calm. Do you remember me, Lila? Asked Michael, surprising Victoria with his question. His voice was cold. Any oblivious man could sense the deep hatred in his tone. But Victoria had no idea. As far as she knew, he was Ghost. Seeing Victoria have no response, Michael pressed the dagger against his face, slowly shaving the beard. Victoria's heartbeat steadily increased. When Michael shaved his beard completely, her heart skipped a beat. The face of Ghost reminded Lila of someone she had forgotten long ago, Abras. She simply couldn't believe what she was seeing. Abras, Victoria mumbled. The last time she saw Abras, she stabbed him in the heart. There was no way he could have survived the slaughter. But not only had he survived, but he also became a heaven-defying prodigy. In the corner of her mind, she doubted that Abras used the cosmic stream somehow to survive and cultivate. Victoria remembered Abras as a naive, weak, and love-stricken boy from a group who kept the cosmic stream for themselves instead of using it for the betterment of this world. However, Ghost was the exact opposite of Abras. That was the reason Victoria even considered meeting Ghost, and thought about marrying him. He was the perfect suitor and the prince for Thusia. He was brutal, cold, and merciless to his enemies. Abras. Edith took a step back. She recalled everything Victoria told about the sanctuary, and what the Thusians did to the people who converted the cosmic stream. If Edith was right, Abras was the young man Victoria pretended to be in love with and killed in the end. A necessary action. That's how Victoria justified her actions. Edith was still unclear about how she felt about what Thusians did to the sanctuary. But at least they used cosmic energy to get rid of the plague that swept across Thusia. If not for the cosmic stream, her parents would have died. For that, Edith felt eternally grateful to Victoria and King Maxim. You survived, Victoria said. Despite the startling truth, Victoria didn't shiver in fear or show any emotion except a slight surprise in her eyes. Although she didn't know how Abras survived, she couldn't let him live. Otherwise, he might expose the cosmic stream's existence to the outside world. What now, Abras? You want to kill me? Asked Victoria. Granted, Ghost was strong, But she was stronger. She had cosmic energy coursing through her veins. Thinking that she had to kill him again, she almost felt pity for him. It seemed like fate really wanted her to kill Abras. The least she could do for him was end his life painlessly. This time, she didn't have to betray him but look him in the eyes and end his life personally. Kill you? Ha ha ha. To her surprise, Ghost burst into devilish laughter. He threw the dagger aside. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it a long time ago. No, no, no. Michael shook his head. You took something from me. Now I am going to take everything from you. His words sounded awfully murderous. Even from a distance, Edith could feel the killing intent. On the other hand, Victoria creased her brows. She stepped forward as sparkling blue energy formed a sword in her hand. The sword made of pure cosmic energy. There was no metal or weapon that could withstand the cosmic energy. She had slain hundreds of enemies using the sword, and it was time to put Abras to rest. To do that, you have to be alive, Victoria scorned. She was about to dash forward when Michael surprised her by dashing toward Edith. Victoria didn't expect Michael to target Edith because Edith had done nothing to him. Edith didn't react in time. His speed caught Edith off guard. Without giving both the girls any time to react, Michael stabbed Edith in the neck with a needle. Get away from her. Victoria raised the sword to cut down Abras. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net if you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed, but suddenly, Edith collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. What did you do? Victoria's instincts told her to stop. Edith rolled on the ground. Her scream echoed through the floating mountain. Michael laughed. Victoria rushed toward Edith. When she squatted beside Edith, Michael snapped his finger. To Victoria's surprise, Edith stopped screaming. Michael circled around him like a predator stalking its prey. It took a great effort for Michael not to slaughter Victoria right here and then. Victoria helped Edith up. Edith's face was completely pale. A second again, she felt an excruciating pain in every corner of her body. It was like she was being stabbed with hundreds of nails at the same time. But the pain disappeared as soon as Michael snapped his finger. Michael finally finished a full circle around them. This is just a glimpse of what I am going to do to you and all your loved ones, Lila, said Michael. Victoria clenched her fist. She wanted to cut Abras into pieces. She would have given him a painless death, but now, she wanted to make him suffer. I want you to see everyone you care about suffer. Brick by brick, one by one, I will dismantle your beloved Thusia in front of your eyes. I will raze everything you built to the ground. Michael slowly said these words. You will beg me to kill you, end your suffering. But I won't grant you any mercy. I will kill your family, slowly and painfully. Just like your people did to mine. Leave her out of this, Victoria growled. Michael tilted his head, staring at Edith for a moment. He then slowly walked toward Victoria. He came close to the point Victoria could feel his hot breath on her. Why? Whispered Michael. She had done nothing to you. She's innocent, Victoria snarled. She wanted to punch him in the chest, crushing his heart. However, she was afraid that would kill Edith. And she was right. Michael injected Edith with the blood tonic. If he wished, he could end Edith's life with a single snap of his finger. Michael didn't hide this. He let both of them know what he had done to Edith. I put something of my own inside her. All I need is to snap my fingers to end your friend's little life. Victoria gritted her teeth as Michael coldly smiled. Or if I wanted, I could enjoy some screaming music. Michael simply moved his brow as Edith collapsed to the ground once again, screaming and rolling in pain. Finally, Victoria couldn't see her friend suffer. She clenched the cosmic sword tighter. She wanted to cut down Abras. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net tsk. Michael shook his head. Patience, Lila. Do you think I only hold your friend's life in my hand? How's Her Highness, Valeria? Victoria's mind went blank. Abras. Victoria growled like a wounded animal. Her eyes turned blood red in anger. You coward. Release my friend and settle this like a man, said Victoria. But Michael laughed. I am not a man. I am the fucking consequences of your actions. Michael glanced at Edith. He willed the system to shut down the nanites in her body. As a result, Edith's pain disappeared. You have no idea what we are capable of, Abras. I destroyed your home once. It won't take me long to do it again. Michael heard Victoria while he was walking away from Victoria. He was afraid he would lose control and slaughter Victoria right on this floating mountain. He didn't want that. As he explained, he wanted Victoria to suffer. Although killing Victoria was as easy as snapping his finger, he had other plans for her. I will destroy Bradford and everyone in it. Then you better pray you can protect your precious cosmic stream from all the Great 8 clans and the Sky Hall. Because the moment you raise a finger against me, I will expose your dirty little secret. Michael turned around with a devilish grin. Then I will make your friend and your mother scream to death. That be just a glimpse. Michael slowly ascended to the sky. Now go tell your entire kingdom death is coming. Michael's figure disappeared from Victoria's sight. Silence fell over them. Edith shivered in fear. When she looked into Victoria's eyes, she saw a sign of dread for the first time. Michael may have bluffed about poisoning Valeria, but the moment he leaves Amazaroth, he plans to order Azazel to inject Valeria with the blood tonic. It'd be difficult, but using the spiders and drones, it wasn't an impossible task either. Azazel was more than enough to finish the task. Moreover, Michael's threat to expose the cosmic stream rendered Victoria helpless. Once the cosmic stream's existence gets out, they would be at war with not just kingdoms but with the Great 8 clans and the Sky Hall itself. Unfortunately, they were still not strong enough to face the Sky Hall. Vicky, what are we going to do now? Asked Edith. She was pretty shaken up by Michael's threat. She lived long enough to tell he wasn't bluffing. Every word that came out of his mouth sounded like a promise. We can do only one thing. Victoria took a deep breath. Prepare for the war, said Victoria. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 671. Goodbye. Mazeroth. Leaving Victoria and Edith behind, Michael returned to his room using the runic teleportation. He saw Gaia, Eladir, and Nightmare waiting for him in the room. Where were you? Asked Gaia. Judging by the look in her eyes, she was worried sick. We are leaving. Michael's words surprised the trio. Why? Something happened? Asked Eladir. I've been made, Michael sighed. You met Wulfric, didn't you? To Michael's surprise, Eladir didn't look as surprised as Gaia and Nightmare. Michael nodded. Wait. If you're telling me the headmaster recognized you as the Dark Lord, then why did he leave you alone? Asked Nightmare. I don't know why, but we cannot stay here any longer. Michael was adamant about the decision. It was too much of a risk to stay in Mazeroth any longer. Gaia remained silent. They all turned their gazes toward her, wanting to know her thoughts. And I also met Victoria. Before Gaia could open her mouth, Michael said. Our Golden Valley Victoria? Asked Nightmare. Michael shook his head. No. The Princess of Thusia. The bitch who put a sword through my heart and burned my sanctuary to the ground. Victoria Barnes, Michael growled. Did she know you are Abras? Finally, Gaia opened her mouth to question Michael. Nodded Michael. Then let's get the fuck out of here, Gaia agreed with Michael. Instead of staying in Mazeroth and doing nothing, she preferred to get out of the Ukulun realm and venture into the treacherous ocean. That way, she could find the wise dragon and inquire about her mother. On the other hand, she knew Michael could get stronger by killing the mutated beings in the place. I am up for it. I hate this place anyways. Eladir agreed to leave Amazaroth without a second thought. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit novelnext.com to experience faster update speed. Thanks to Professor Lane, you have permission to leave Amazaroth. But what about her? Nightmare looked at Gaia. She's a professor. It would raise some eyebrows if she disappeared suddenly. Nightmare was right. Taking Gaia would be suspicious for sure. They might even look for Professor Steinmeier. But leaving Gaia behind the enemy lines, especially after knowing his identity had been exposed, Michael had no other choice. Moreover, bringing Gaia and Nightmare to the treacherous ocean would multiply his experience gain. To take on Thusia, he needed to be at his strongest. Be that as it may, if push comes to shove, we can at least fight the Sky Hall on our terms. Staying in their territory is not the right move. I agree with him. We have to get out of here. But I have to ask you again. Are you sure Wulfric recognized you? Asked Eladir. Do you know why I like winter? It's the perfect balance of light and darkness, as all things should be. Don't you agree? Michael repeated Wulfric's words. That was his words to me. He knows about me. And I found a surveillance spell around me. Someone was watching me all this time. Gaia and Eladir raised their brows. They were completely taken aback by the surprise. He also said that even the strongest blizzards start with a single snowflake. Just like a long blood feud or lifelong friendship start with a single decision. Now connect everything and tell me I am wrong, asked Michael. The longer we stay here, the more we are putting ourselves in. So come on. Michael was about to take a step toward the center of the room where Eladir put the teleportation array, when he heard someone knocking on the door. Who's there? Asked Nightmare. You and Eladir. Michael looked at Gaia and Eladir. Get out of here, Michael whispered. Without wasting time arguing, Gaia and Eladir stepped onto the array. Standing atop the carpet, Eladir just waved his hand. The floor suddenly trembled as a golden light enveloped the two of them. It's Ruby, Michael heard Rubus' voice. Give me a minute, said Michael, waiting for Gaia and Eladir to disappear. A golden light flashed across the room. The light quickly disappeared along with Gaia and Eladir, leaving Michael and Nightmare behind. Michael heaved a sigh of relief. Before leaving Amazaroth for good, he wanted to say goodbye to Ruby. Even though he only knew Ruby for a few days, she was nothing but a good friend to him. He was still determining when or if he would meet Ruby again. So Michael wanted to talk to Ruby one last time. Of course, Michael wouldn't say he was leaving Mazeroth. But when Michael opened his door, he was startled. His eyes of darkness revealed Rubus' real face. The one Michael saw standing outside was Rowena. There was no doubt in his mind. He saw her portraits in Winston Manor too many times to be mistaken. Michael was speechless. He had no idea he was being a good friend to Rowena Winston, the holy freakin' maiden of the Sky Hall. Even with the upgraded environmental scanning, he was unable to sense her cultivation stage before opening the door. Now that he had seen her with his eyes, he was able to see a cultivation stage, fusion stage level 4. The gentle smile on Rubus' face faded away. She sensed an energy fluctuation in the room, as though someone had teleported away. Furthermore, Ghost looked agitated. To Michael's surprise, Ruby sighed and stepped into his room. Unlike everyone in Mazeroth, Rowena knew Professor Steinmeier was not what she claimed to be. Rowena had seen through her disguise the moment she saw her with Ghost in Lane's office. The only reason Rowena didn't throw her in prison was that she was with Ghost and seemed to care about him. Rowena did not want to repay the kindness Ghost showed her family by hurting his close one. Regardless, she would have asked the one pretending to be Steinmeier to leave Mazeroth and never return. Connecting Ghost's agitated face with the energy distortion in the room, Rowena guessed the fake professor might have left Mazeroth. The question was, how did she leave Mazeroth? This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net. Although Michael learned Rubus' real identity, he didn't act weird. Instead, he pretended to know nothing about her. I thought you went to the arena, said Michael. I was there. But I had a feeling you might be in trouble, said Rowena. To be honest, it wasn't a lie. Rowena really did feel Ghost was in trouble when she was in the arena. It was the same time as Wulfric met him. After hearing some students speak about Wulfric's surprise visit to the House of Alchemists, Rowena really thought Wulfric had caught Ghost helping the one who was pretending to be a professor. If that was the case, Rowena would have used her status as the Holy Maiden to help him and settle her debts to the Ghost once and for all. As far as she was concerned, Ghost saved 4 people in her family: Andrews, Sabrina, her mother, and her father. That was 4 lives. So Rowena owed Ghost 4 times. By saving Ghost with the cold flames, she repaid him once. By not exposing Professor Steinmeier, and thus getting Ghost into trouble, she repaid him for the 2nd time. In other words, she owes him twice. You felt wrong. I am doing fine, said Michael. He noticed Rowena slowly walking toward the center of the room where Eladir created the teleportation array. His heartbeat slowly increased. Alerting Rowena was equal to alerting the entire Sky Hall. Suppose Rowena knew about his identity too, like Wulfric, he was good as royally screwed. At that time he would have no choice but to put Plan F into action. Is that so? Rowena stood where Eladir and Gaia were a moment ago. Nightmare stared at Rowena without blinking an eye. Unlike Michael, Nightmare didn't know Ruby was Rowena. But Nightmare was not stupid either. The way Rowena looked around the room, and the way she tapped the floor irked him. Something was definitely wrong, Nightmare knew it. It seems right, said Rowena. She also stepped away from the array. Anyways, are you coming to the arena? Asked Rowena. I will try. You have something to do? Michael smiled. Although Michael felt like she sensed the array, she didn't recognize him as the Dark Lord. Otherwise, she would have reacted differently unless she has put together another trap. Either way, Michael didn't want to stay in Maze-Roth anymore. Too many risks. Getting no response from Ghost, Rowena understood he had something personal to deal with. She respected that. Therefore, she made her way out of the room. I will see you soon then, Rowena said after stepping out of his room. She nodded at Michael. After giving him a gentle smile, she walked away. Phew, Michael deeply exhaled. Without wasting time, Michael shut the door. He grabbed Nightmare and walked toward the array. The moment we get out, destroy the array without a trace, Michael ordered the system. He looked at his room and couldn't help feeling a bit of sorrow. If he was a normal guy, he could have cherished this Amazaroth life like the others have. Being the Dark Lord caused him to lose so many things in life. The only way to fix everything was to destroy the Sky Hall once and for all. Now that he had spent some time with Rowena, going against her made his heart heavy. She may have pretended to be Ruby, but his instincts told him she didn't have any ill intention toward him. She was genuine. Besides, she could have left him to die in Lane's office. Instead, she saved him. Michael simply couldn't understand Rowena. But for now, understanding Rowena wasn't on his to-do list. Where are we going? Asked Nightmare. To the treacherous ocean, said Michael. That was just a pit stop before finally venturing into his nemesis homeland, Thusia. It was time for the Thusians to pay for what they did to him. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 672. Returning to the treacherous ocean after leaving Maze-Roth, they all arrived at the dark forest. Michael ordered Eladir to stay in the dark forest, watching over the sect and everything. He then immediately departed from the dark forest to the treacherous ocean with Gaia and Nightmare. He left Vidora in Eladir's care. Vidora needed some ancient knowledge, and Eladir was the best person to teach. The last time Michael went to the treacherous ocean, he was with Layla. The Momirs flashed across his mind. Everything started smoothly with Layla, and the shit hit the fan at the end due to Layla's impulse to harness the first energy. Moreover, the system was offline at that time. It restricted Michael's ability. This time he was filled with anger, motivation, and with Gaia and Nightmare. It took them a day to reach the outskirts of the Rainbow Island where Layla lived. Michael wanted to go visit her and see how her spirit child was doing. However, Michael chose not to. The entire point of why Michael cut his ties with Layla and the kid was to keep them as far as possible from him. Otherwise, if one day his secret were exposed, they would be spared from the backlash. From the Rainbow Island, it took them another day to reach the treacherous ocean. Even in the middle of the day, the treacherous ocean looked dark and gloomy as night. The winter had no effect on the domain. It looked just as he remembered last time. The entire region of the sea was shrouded in a dark mist and stormy clouds. The sound of thunderclaps reverberated the entire sea while violet streaks of lightning kept lighting the gloomy clouds. Michael felt his power growing within him due to all the darkness around him. He floated in the sky for a moment. Where do we find this wise dragon? Asked Nightmare. Let me see my map. Gaia pretended to open up a map. Oh, there is no map. You don't have to be a jerk about it. Nightmare rolled his eyes. You are a dragon. I expect you to sense him or whatever, said Gaia. Michael remained silent. He was in the process of controlling his anger. Ever since he met Victoria, he couldn't achieve peace of mind. Let's go, said Michael before moving forward. He could distract his mind by killing the mutated beings in the treacherous ocean. Take the perception pills, Michael ordered Gaia and Nightmare. With a nod, Gaia flicked her wrist. A couple of sparkling blue pills appeared in her palm. She threw one into her mouth and offered the other one to Nightmare. Although Nightmare had a special vision to see his environment, he swallowed the pill, just to be safe. The more they flew forward, the louder the thunderclaps sounded. It was as though they were entered into a raging storm. Michael slowly descended toward the island covered in the mist. Unlike before, Michael was able to see everything around him despite the thick mist. He immediately took out the drones and sent them flying in every direction to recon the place. When Michael visited the treacherous ocean previously, he had the death aura of Nightmare, hiding his presence from the beings that inhabited the treacherous ocean. Considering Nightmare was well and healthy, he didn't have any aura to hide his presence. This chapter upload first at NovelBin.net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. As a result, Michael sensed several hostile beings rushing toward him from every direction. Nightmare and Gaia didn't plan to get caught off guard. They both sensed the activity around them using their own senses. "Leave it to me." Nightmare leaped into the air from Gaia's shoulder. His size grew rapidly until he reached his full size. Even though Nightmare still hadn't reached his full size, he was still a terrifying 90 feet long dragon. With the dark horns growing out of his head, Nightmare looked like a demonoid dragon. With a single flap of his large wings, Nightmare pushed back the mist covering them. The mutated beings hiding within the mist got exposed by Nightmare's action. At that moment, Michael and Gaia saw several creatures. Most of them seemed humanoid with typical features like 2 hands and 2 legs. But all of them were shriveled and radiated a strong putrid stench. These creatures were once humans, elves, and orcs who ventured into the treacherous ocean to unmask the mystery behind the dragon clan's disappearance. But they lost their lives and were consumed by the mist. Finally, they were turned into these mutated beings that mindlessly attacked any living being that stepped onto the island. Nightmare breathed fire on them mercilessly, turning them into nothing but ashes. Michael heard the system notifications continually ringing in his head. The number of experience points rapidly increased to the point he had received almost 80,000. Finally, after turning every mutated being to ashes, Nightmare returned to his previous size and landed on Gaia's shoulder. Michael and Gaia continued to venture deeper and deeper into the treacherous ocean. Nightmare used his dragon breath to burn them to a crisp every time they got swarmed with mutated beings. "Why don't you stretch your muscles a bit?" asked Gaia. "It'd be a good way to warm up before the big war with Thusia." "If you're trying to distract my mind off Thusia, it's not working," said Michael. "Well, I have to try. Look, we both are in a kind of a pickle here. You want Thusia destroyed, and I want my mother found. Both are not the same, Gaia. Your mother is alive. But everyone I grew up with is not." Gaia halted her steps. She grabbed Michael by his shoulder before turning him to look him in the eyes. Michael may not have said a word or seemed calm as usual, but Gaia knew his mind was seething with anger. She didn't blame him. She doubted she could have let Victoria live after meeting her again, if she was in his shoes. "I won't say giving a warning about you are coming is a smart move. You wanted them to live in fear, so be it. But get your head in the game. We are in one of the most dangerous places in this world. Just like you always say, you won't see things clearly if you're blinded with anger." Michael knew she was right, at least about him being angry. "I want them to be at their strongest when I crush them. Only by then, they will feel helpless, desperate and beg me to forgive them. Let them prepare. Let them get every ally they have to their side," Michael growled. His eyes glimmered with killing intent. She had never seen Michael like this before. "Human," Gaia smiled, cupping his face gently. This chapter upload first at NovelBin.net. We will end them together. If it makes you feel better, I already have a plan in my mind for Thusia's total annihilation." "You do?" Nightmare tilted his head. "Of course I do. Let's walk and talk." With Michael and Nightmare by her side, she almost forgot she was in the treacherous ocean. Instead, she treated this place like a park. As Gaia said, she put her hand around Michael's shoulder and moved forward. "The Thusians destroyed 2 kingdoms and are currently at war with 3. The enemies of my enemy are my friends, right? So we rally them against the Thusians. With your endless supply of potions and the combined army, we will destroy Thusia brick by brick, just the way you like it." Why can't we just create a plague and spread it throughout the Vusian army and kill them single-handedly? He is not a lunatic, lizard. You cannot control the plague once it starts to spread. The people who live in Thusia did nothing to him. We cannot become the thing the Skyhall and the Guardians say we will. Michael nodded. But he knew that wasn't the only reason he avoided spreading a plague. The Thusians were in possession of a divine power source that was far beyond any mortal's comprehension. If Michael spread the plague, Maxim Barnes would use the cosmic stream to cure the plague. It would not only cure the army, but also power them up. It would be such a pity for the cosmic stream to be used in mortals. Instead, Michael wanted it for himself and everyone in the Order. Once he and his Order absorbed the cosmic energy with the system's help, they would have the edge they desperately need. Plus, fighting an army powered by cosmic energy might force him to use darkness, which might expose his secret to the outside world. Gaia explained all her plans in greater detail while moving forward. Talking about war, destruction and killing took Gaia's mind off of worrying about her mother. Continuing onwards, they suffered constant attacks from the mutated beings. With each wave of the attack, the number of hostiles that attacked them increased significantly. They moved steadily through the fog for 7 continuous hours before passing through the region of fog and reaching the outskirts of the treacherous ocean. The mist became so thick that they could barely see anything. Thanks to Michael's X-ray vision, he was able to locate the multiple illusion arrays around him. Last time, the arrays made him hallucinate Spectre, which wasn't a great experience for Michael. Lightning bolts crackled around Michael's hands. He sent several bolts in all directions, destroying the source point of the illusion arrays. In a few seconds, he destroyed all the arrays around them. When Eve knows we are going to war with Thusia, that crazy girl would be the first one to rush to the battlefield. Suddenly, Gaia thought about Eve. Speaking of Eve, Michael remembered the artifact that could enable him to break curses, a legendary skill. Eventually, they felt a bit exhausted and wanted to take some rest. The place was desolate and dangerous, with no trees or caves to take shelter. But he didn't need anything when he had the system. He just bought a couple of comfy chairs from the system and lit a campfire to warm their bodies. Fortunately, the mutated beings temporarily stopped attacking, probably because there were no mutated beings in this part of the treacherous ocean. Michael leaned back on his chair. He took a quick look at his status. Nightmare's kills gave him nearly 200,000 experience points. As a result, he reached fusion stage level 9. Half-immortal stage, here I come, Michael thought in his mind. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 673. Using the Soul Eater again, only Nightmare was able to sleep on Gaia's lap, curling himself into a ball. They two were deep in thought. For Gaia, it was her mother. For Michael, it was Victoria and everything the Thusians did to him. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the burning sanctuary. He heard his friends scream only to get slaughtered by the Vusian soldiers. Those soldiers didn't show any mercy, not even to the little ones. In Michael's mind, the elders weren't blameless either. They had a divine power source for centuries, yet they didn't even bother to use it. The cosmic stream remained useless in the sanctuary. Michael decided long ago not to make the same mistakes the elders did. The moment he destroyed Thusia, he would absorb the cosmic stream, or if he couldn't, he would destroy it so no one could use it in the future. Do you have any clues about finding this wise dragon? Gaia leaned forward. The last time you came here, did you see any pathways, hidden entrances, or any signs of a dragon? She asked. My drones are searching this place as we speak. If a dragon is living here, we will find it, said Michael. You better find a cure for my mother. I don't want her to suck my blood when I am asleep, Gaia chuckled. I am telling you again. The cure will only get rid of a vampire's bloodlust and weakness for sunlight. Their abilities like immunity to magic attacks, speed, and strength will stay the same. So she will be like us? Gaia asked after giving Michael's words a little thought. Let's find another vampire, and try that cure first on him. Then we can move on to your mother. We should definitely do that. They spent the following minutes discussing Eve, Thusia, and Adelia. Then their conversation slowly moved toward the Blood Prince. To be honest, Michael didn't have a solid plan to deal with the Blood Prince. First, he needed to gather more information about the blood prints. It was a pity he left Maze Roth. Professor Lane and Gilrine seemed to have a lot of knowledge about one. Fortunately, they had Lord information to turn to. As they were conversing, the ground suddenly trembled in a rhythm as though something huge was stepping toward them. Michael immediately rose from his chair. He sensed a soul refining stage being appear in the environmental scanning. Judging by the tremor, Michael knew whatever that's coming their way must be a colossal-sized monster. Michael, what the hell is happening? Gaia held Nightmare in one hand and tried to balance herself. They quickly shot into the air. When they reached the sky, they were stunned by what they saw. A colossal skeleton was on its way toward them. It was a dragon, not just any dragon, a skeleton dragon. With each step the dragon took, the ground trembled. The dragon had an overall length of 400 feet, a wingspan of 350 feet, and a height of almost 80 feet. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed compared to this skeletal dragon. Nightmare was a puppy. The dragon moved his head left and right as though it was searching for something. Michael looked into the two holes where the eyes should have been and saw no light of life. He never expected to encounter a mutated dragon this early in the journey. Damn, it'd be a pity to smash this dragon to pieces. We could sell it for millions, Gaia sighed. Despite the dragon's colossal size, it was only a soul refining stage level 4 beast. With her soul refining stage level 6 cultivation, she could smash into pieces. Of course, she would have a difficult time defeating it, but Gaia was absolutely positive she could beat the dragon. Michael shared the same thought as Gaia. In the aqua auction, Layla bought a full dragon skeleton for a whopping 4 billion gold coins. Since the skeleton was at the soul refining stage level 4, Michael could at least get 1 billion, auctioning the dragon. But first, he must defeat the dragon without smashing it into pieces. Luckily for Michael, unlike undead, these mutated beings had souls. Their souls were corrupted and twisted to the point there was no fix for their souls. Corrupted or not, they had souls. If they had souls, Michael could use Soul Eater to preserve their physical bodies. In this case, he could kill the dragon without destroying its body. Thanks to Michael's recent upgrade spree, the Soul Eater could devour the soul of any cultivator under the fusion stage. Some weak-willed enemies' souls could be devoured immediately. The others who had strong resolve and powerful souls required Michael to weaken them before devouring their souls. The spell was meant to be used when Michael was in his complete Lucifer form, where the cloud of darkness and death range would weaken an enemy's resolve. But even though Michael was in the treacherous ocean, he still didn't use his Lucifer persona. What if someone was watching him? According to the system, there were no more surveillance spells around him. Still, Michael wanted to be safe rather than sorry. The skeleton dragon slowly approached them. Gaia turned her head to the side to see Michael looking at the dragon nonchalantly. He cracked his neck. "Stay here," said Michael. Just a thought about casting the lightning dash spell resulted in himself being surrounded by golden lightning bolts. They danced around his body. Gay heard the low-pitched sound of crackling lightning bolts around him. In a blink of an eye, he dashed toward the dragon, leaving a trail of golden streaks. Sending Michael's presence, the dragon locked its gaze on Michael. Its thunderous roar echoed through the treacherous ocean. When Michael reached closer, the dragon opened its mouth to swallow him. Michael looked tiny in front of its jaw. Wind blast. Michael cast the wind blast to disorient the dragon for a moment. The blast of wind created a deafening boom sound when it collided with the dragon's head. The dragon jerked its head to the side due to the wind blast's force. Michael punched the dragon right between the two holes in its head without giving the dragon any time to react. Several cracks formed in the dragon's head despite Michael suppressing his strength. From afar, Gaia saw the dragon stumbling. Michael didn't stop with one punch. He flew to the side and punched the dragon in the jaw. His punch created a thunderous shock wave. He continued to rain down punch after punch. Cracked skeleton is better than no skeleton, right? Gaia said to herself. Any oblivious man could tell Michael was using the dragon as a punching bag to vent his anger. It was indeed a good outlet for the anger raging within him. The dragon's colossal size had become its ultimate bane. It couldn't keep up with Michael's speed. A normal fusion stage cultivator would have fought the dragon in a bloody battle, using all their strength and spells. But even a prodigy like Layla couldn't have fought like Michael. He bullied the dragon. The darkness in the treacherous ocean, coupled with his anger, boosted his power to the point he almost destroyed the dragon's head with just punches alone. Finally, the dragon's roar sounded weak. It exhausted its strength, trying to bite Michael. When the dragon was at its weakness, Michael landed on its head. He stared into its eyes, feeling the corrupted soul residing within. The dragon started to shake its head left and right frantically. It tried to throw Michael away, but Michael held onto its head, continuing to stare into the dragon's eyes. The dragon roared, looking at the sky. Seeing the dragon violently shaking its head, Gaia threw Nightmare into the air. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net, wake up, damn lizard. She dashed toward Michael. Meanwhile, Nightmare woke up in shock. Despite the dragon's roar and all the commotion, Nightmare was sleeping peacefully. When Gaia threw him in the air, he was forced to wake up. He was taken aback by surprise. A huge skeletal dragon was wiggling its body. When Nightmare looked closer, he saw Michael standing atop its head. Now Gaia joined the fight. She punched the dragon in the side of its face. She went under the dragon's chin and grabbed the bones using all her might. As a result, the dragon's wriggling slowed down. Michael was able to feel the corrupted soul once again. Still, the corrupted soul fought against Michael's soul-eating stare. Michael didn't give up. He focused more on devouring the soul more. He elbowed the dragon on the head to weaken the dragon further. Finally, a grayish smoke slowly rose within the two dark holes. It was the corrupted soul. Soul transferring initiated. The dragon roared. Its roar was much weaker than earlier. Michael tightened his grasp and opened his mouth, rapidly devouring the soul. The white smoke shot straight into Michael's mouth. Eventually, the smoke stopped, and the dragon collapsed to the ground, moving no more. Once the dragon hit the ground, it created a tremor several times stronger than a typical earthquake. Additionally, it created a thick cloud of dust around the dragon. Ding! Congrats to the host for killing a soul refining stage, level 4 mutated dragon. The reward is 300,000 experience points as well as 20,000 badass points. The Soul Eater has absorbed the soul of the mutated dragon. The host has received 100,000 experience points. In total, Michael received 400,000 experience points. Compared to Wilca's soul, he received 5 times the experience points by devouring the skeletal dragon's soul. It was several times eviler and more corrupt than Wilca's. Hence the increase in experience points. Killing the dragon was the easy part. Now the real trouble began when Michael thought about transporting the skeleton from the treacherous ocean to Aur, where he could auction it in the Aqua Palace. I feel creeped out when you use that spell. Michael heard Gaia's voice behind him. You've only seen me using it once, said Michael, staring at the dragon from above. You have a plan to move that thing? Nightmare came to their side. System, still trying to learn how to transport the skeleton, Michael turned to the system. The skeleton is too big to teleport. The host can pay 100,000 badass points to dismantle the skeleton. Another 100,000 for teleporting the bones to a choice of your base of operation. And finally, another 100,000 badass points for assembling the skeleton. So a total of 300,000 badass points. Michael was surprised by the system because the system quoted an amount way less than he had actually imagined. So Michael quickly agreed. Dismantle and teleport it to the dark forest. I will assemble it later. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 674. The Wise Dragon. After killing the skeletal dragon and teleporting it to the dark forest, Michael, Gaia, and Nightmare resumed their journey without a destination. They roamed around the misty island aimlessly, killing whatever comes in their way. Unfortunately for Michael, he didn't get to kill anything stronger than a core strengthening stage being. He didn't even bother to raise a finger as he let Nightmare get some battle experience. It was time Nightmare forged his own path under Michael's watchful eyes. After all, Nightmare was no longer a child that needed to be taken care of. He had reached the core strengthening stage, / the only weakness Michael saw in Nightmare was his kindness. Unfortunately, It often made Nightmare look weak rather than kind. Although Nightmare seemed to be supporting Michael in his thoughts to destroy Thusia, Michael knew Nightmare wanted to avoid all the bloodshed. He wasn't wrong though. If it were any other situation, Michael would have wanted the same. He himself wasn't a big fan of wars. But Thusia must be destroyed. Michael was not a saint to return an evil act with kindness. He would do anything to see Victoria and her family suffer. Through the mist, Michael led Gaia and Nightmare forward. His senses were heightened to detect any threats nearby. Suddenly, Michael stopped flying. "Why are we stopping?" asked Gaia. "The drones were destroyed," said Michael. A moment ago, he felt the connection between him and a few drones suddenly severed. He closed his eyes briefly for a moment, ordering the system to locate the destroyed drones. "I hope it's the wise dragon," Gaia nervously smiled. Without wasting any time, Michael grabbed Gaia's hand and cast the ignition to reach the destination as fast as he could. The scenery around them did not change. Everyone was still covered in mist. He triggered a couple of illusion arrays, but destroyed them all within a few seconds. They weren't strong enough to pose a threat to Michael anymore. In a couple of minutes, they traveled quite a long distance. To their surprise, the mist suddenly disappeared. Instead, they were stuck in a dome made of bone-chilling ice. "What is this place?" asked Gaia. She rubbed her shoulders to create some much-needed warmth. Nightmare tried to breathe fire, but he simply couldn't. The coldness affected Nightmare's ability to breathe fire. Gaia looked around the dome to see an entrance. She couldn't even find out how she entered the dome when she turned back. It was obvious that ice closed the gap they entered. Several questions emerged in their minds. First of them was, where were they? As they were looking around, Michael sensed a powerful being in the area with them. "Something's here," said Michael. According to his senses and the environmental scanning, the being was a fusion stage being. Although he sensed the being, he couldn't see it. He quickly used his thermal vision, looking at his surroundings once again. Shock and surprise welcomed Michael. An invisible foe slowly approached them. Judging by the silhouette, it was definitely a colossal dragon. Regardless of the dragon's size, it moved like a ninja, making no sound. Unlike Michael, Gaia couldn't see the dragon. "Are we playing hide-and-seek?" asked Michael. The dragon stopped moving. "I can see you," said Michael. The dragon stared at Michael for a few moments. They could have seen the surprise in the dragon's eyes if the dragon wasn't invisible. Finally, the dragon revealed itself by dispelling the invisibility spell around it. Michael raised his brows as he stood before a towering colossal dragon. It was just as big as the skeletal dragon but more powerful and terrifying. This chapter upload first at NovelBin.net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. Large emerald eyes sat concealed within the dragon's rounded, narrow skull, giving the dragon a rather menacing appearance. Several enormous horns sit atop its head, just above its wide cat-like ears. Large fan-like skin and bone structures ran down the sides of each of its jaw lines. Its nose was small and had two short, pointy nostrils. There was a small horn on its chin. Several rows of large teeth poked out from the side of its mouth, and gave a slight hint of the terror hiding inside. The dragon's thick neck ran down from its head and into a long body. The top was covered in curved icy blue scales, and a row of small fan-like growths ran down its spine. Its bottom was covered in small scales and was colored much lighter than the rest of its body. Four muscular limbs carried its body, allowing the creature to stand towering and proud. Each limb had 4 digits, each of which ended in thick claws seemingly made of silver. Horrendous wings grew, starting from its shoulders and ending at the middle of its back. The wings were bat-like, with a specialized layer of skin and armor-like scales growing on top of the wing's primary bones. Its graceful tail ended in a fan-like tip, covered in the same curved scales as its body. HRGGM. A puff of chill smoke puffed out of its nostrils as the dragon moved its head down. The dragon slowly moved its long neck around Michael. A human, a naga, and a forest dragon. "Quite a strange party." The dragon spoke in a gruff, beastly voice. The voice was both terrifying and soothing at the same time. Michael couldn't help but feel a wise man vibe from the dragon. It had a certain wise old grandpa aura around it. "Do you happen to be the wise dragon by any chance?" asked Gaia. The dragon stood tall. A glint of pride emerged in its obsidian eyes. I am known by many names. And yes, Wise Dragon is indeed one of them and the most befitting name of them all, said the dragon. Gaia's heart trembled. She couldn't believe her luck. She had found the wise dragon just as the vampire instructed her to. Adelia Ashton. What do you know about her? Gaia didn't beat around the bush. She immediately questioned the wise dragon. To their surprise, the dragon burst into laughter. You are a courageous one. Many would have wet their pants. But you have the galls to question me. Is it why you are here? Searching for this Adelia? The dragon asked. It seemed amused by Gaia's question. Michael remained silent, letting Gaia question the dragon. Since the dragon was at the fusion stage 10, Michael didn't have a need to be afraid. If push comes to shove, Michael could turn into the Dark Lord and kill the dragon unless the dragon was stronger than it seemed. Why else would someone come to this death trap? Please, wise dragon, I must find her. Gaia sounded desperate. The dragon grinned, revealing its razor-sharp teeth. It somewhat looked like an oldie cunning fox in Michael's eyes. If you survived this far and reached me without dying, that means you three are anything but ordinary. And Wise Dragon likes to deal with beings like you. So yes, I will tell you about the one you asked about. However, the dragon paused, lowering its head. They all felt the bone-chilling cold radiating from the dragon. As the dragon moved closer to them, the cold temperature became colder. Nothing is free in this world. You need to give Wise Dragon something to get something, said the Wise Dragon. Name your price. Gold, artifacts, gems, anything, said Gaia. The Wise Dragon snickered. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net, do I look ordinary to you, Naga? I am the proudest dragon of them all. I collect something far more valuable than all the things you named. You collect knowledge, Michael interjected the Wise Dragon. Knowledge is wealth, he said. The dragon nodded. Knowledge is what I seek, said the Wise Dragon. Gaia quickly looked at Michael. When it comes to knowledge, there was no one better than Michael. He performed countless miracles and hoped he would perform another one with the Wise Dragon. Do you accept blueprints of contraptions and legendary alchemy recipes? Asked Michael. It depends on how heaven-defying they are. You should know that I have lived for thousands of years hoarding knowledge. There is a little among of blueprints and recipes that I don't know. They are my own. So you can't find them anywhere, said Michael. The Wise Dragon noticed the confidence in his eyes. As a royal dragon who hoarded knowledge, the Wise Dragon had the ability to judge people. The human before it was anything but normal. So the Wise Dragon decided to give the human a chance. So be it. Let me see what you have, the Wise Dragon said. Michael simply flicked his wrist, taking out the blueprint to build spiders and the recipe for molten plague. The two golden parchments slowly floated toward the Wise Dragon. When the parchments reached its eye line, two round mirrors materialized before its eyes. It made the dragon look like he was wearing glasses. The Wise Dragon studied the parchments cautiously without missing a single letter. They all wondered how the Wise Dragon planned to evaluate the authenticity of the parchments. After all, one could easily write a fake recipe and blueprint to fool someone. But deep down, they felt it was near impossible to fool a powerful being that literally calls itself the Wise Dragon. To their surprise, a copper cauldron along with a purple flame appeared before the dragon. Following the appearance of the cauldron and the fire, several ingredients named in the recipe materialized above the cauldron and the fire. The Wise Dragon began to brew the potion, but it lacked one ingredient, a blood sample of a molten plague's victim. So instead of the blood, the dragon added a green liquid. If Michael was right, that green liquid would simulate the characteristic of the molten plague blood. Finally, a purplish glistening liquid floated out of the cauldron. The Wise Dragon whiffed the air. This is indeed a rare potion as you've claimed. I lack the real plague strain, but your recipe is legit. The dragon's eyes sparkled. Gaia sighed. The dragon's greedy look in his eyes was evident in its acceptance. Michael wondered how the Wise Dragon was planning to validate the blueprint. Could the dragon build spider using the blueprint? Michael felt curious. Chapter 675. The double-crossed the Wise Dragon inspected the blueprint. Its eyes almost furrowed. Several minutes later, the wise dragon slowly turned its head aside. A broken drone flew toward the dragon. The wise dragon gently caught the drone and showed it to Michael. In the dragon's hand, the drone looked tiny as an ant. This device is the same as the one in the blueprint, except for its design. The wise dragon was surprisingly correct. When one boils it down, the spiders and drones shared the same architecture and functionalities, except the drones could fly and the spiders couldn't. Plus, Michael was surprised to see that the wise dragon had broken the drone without breaking it apart completely. Yes. Is that enough for you to give us the information about Adelia? Asked Michael. But the dragon shook its head. A cunning, basically a devilish grin emerged on its face. Knowledge like this is enough before I know how desperate she is for the knowledge I have. So the price went up. Give me one more like this, and I'll share my knowledge with you. Gaia clenched her fist. Nightmare quickly squeezed Gaia's shoulder with his claws, wordlessly telling her to remain calm and let Michael deal with it. When it comes to battle, brute killing force, Gaia was the best. But when it comes to negotiating, tricking, and outsmarting powerful beings such as the wise dragon, Michael was the best choice. That didn't mean Gaia couldn't do all this. In fact, she was on par with Michael in trickery. However, she was emotionally involved in this matter. She would do anything to find her mother without giving a thought to her actions. What else? Michael asked himself. There was his dark flames, the primordial flame, that no one had heard or known about. There was also the fact he is the Dark Lord, who could snap the dragon's head to the other side. But Michael can't divulge knowledge that puts him in danger with the wise dragon. I have something. But it's not a recipe or a blueprint. Intangible knowledge, something related to the southern continent's void. I know why no one can cultivate in the southern continent. That's not new, said the wise dragon. But do you know the origin of the reason? Where did it come from, and who controls it? Asked Michael. I know, the dragon snickered. Michael was surprised inside. The wise dragon did seem to know a whole lot, and deserved the name the wise dragon. How about why it stays there? Do you know that? Asked Michael. The wise dragon's eyes sparkled once again. Silence fell over them. The wise dragon was tempted. I'll tell you this after you tell us what you know about Adelia, said Michael. The sparkling eyes immediately turned predatory. The wise dragon lowered its head, sending a puff of bone-chilling air out of its nostrils. Are you negotiating? I can kill you before you bat an eye. You're sorely mistaken if you think cultivation stages decide our power. I know. But what if you raise the price once again? As the wise dragon, you know you can't blame me for thinking like that. Give us the information, and I will share my knowledge with you. Like you said, you can kill us before we bat an eye. If you think the knowledge is not worth the price, this chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Calm to experience faster update speed. The wise dragon once again laughed at Michael's courage and the way he conducted himself. He was neither too afraid nor too haughty. One would be surprised how many humans the wise dragon has met and dealt with over the years. This human was special. Adelia Ashton, the Queen of Nagaland. The wise dragon said, slowly moving its head higher and higher. She came here searching for a cure to her vampirism. She offered me something, and I gave her the cure. Michael would be lying if he said he wasn't surprised by the wise dragon's words. No one expected Adelia to get the cure. If she did, why was she still hiding from the world? Could the vampires be the reason? Why? The wise dragon's answer created many new questions in their heads. Where did she go next? I didn't need irrelevant, useless knowledge such as her destination or her plans. Gaia's words were cut short by Michael. He raised his hand. Now it's your turn, said the wise dragon. Michael took a deep breath. It's searching for artifacts that hold some kind of energy within. It has found 12 artifacts until now and tasked me to find the remaining 18. The wise dragon's eyes went wide. Any oblivious man could tell the wise dragon was in shock. For a few moments, the dragon didn't even breathe. It just stood there like a statue in shock. If he tells us what he gave her, we might be able to find her, Gaia whispered to Michael. He was aware of that. But he doubted the wise dragon was kind enough to share that knowledge or any knowledge. He was a collector who hoarded valuable knowledge. And every collector has something that they wouldn't give it away no matter the price. Thank you for your help, wise dragon. If you may, we will take our leave. Michael slightly bowed. He was about to turn when the dragon took a step forward. Web-like cracks formed on the icy floor. Everything trembled. What the dash? Before she could finish her thought, bone-chilling ice covered her. In a blink of an eye, she was crystallized and stuck inside an ice block with Nightmare on her shoulder. The wise dragon didn't give Michael time to react. Instead, it exhaled a chilling air that brushed past Michael, chaining his arms and legs to the floor beneath. Michael tried to wiggle the chains, yet he couldn't. I was right. You are special. I cannot risk you getting yourself killed. You should be in my collection. The wise dragon's tone completely changed. It sounded like a maniacal murderer instead of wise and calm. This chapter upload first at novelbin.net after I get everything you have, said the wise dragon. It double-crossed Michael. Nightmare and Gaia didn't move an inch. They were frozen inside the block of ice. The wise dragon moved its head left and right as though it was searching for something. But suddenly, it noticed the calmness on Michael's face. The wise dragon was surprised. It just froze his loved one. Anyone could tell Michael loved Gaia and Nightmare by the way he looked at them, let alone the wise dragon. Moreover, the wise dragon noticed the matching rings in their hands. It was evident the Naga and the human planned to marry each other. Yet, the human remained calm. He didn't scream her name, or even turn back to look at her. All he did was remain calm. Aren't you going to beg for their lives and yours? Asked the wise dragon. For a wise dragon, you are pretty stupid, Michael snickered. The wise dragon bore its teeth in anger. Its eyes glowed with fury. Due to its anger, the temperature fell further down. As a result, a thick layer of ice formed on Michael's robes. You hoard knowledge. You do not share them. After all, you are a dragon and dragons don't share. Even that little guy. Michael looked over his shoulder at Nightmare. Don't share anything easily. So I knew the double cross was coming before you thought about double crossing, said Michael, surprising the wise dragon. Ha 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 ha. The wise dragon burst into laughter. His laugh echoed through the icy dome. So you should have known Adelia didn't leave this place alive, right? The wise dragon asked. She is alive and we both know it, said Michael. Eladir created a rune that gets passed on from one wraith to another. According to Eladir, wherever a wraith dies, all their knowledge, ancestry, and their duty to the order would be passed to the next of kin. Suppose Adelia died. Gaia would have inherited everything through the rune. Since that didn't happen, Michael knew Adelia is still alive. Hey Ray, something you don't know, Michael slowly said. The wise dragon noticed the place growing darker and darker. Thunder rumbled in the sky above. Through the icy roof, the wise dragon saw streaks of lightning flash across the sky. Suddenly, the chains shackling the human cracked. To the wise dragon's utter shock, a dark flame coiled around his hands, melting the unbreakable icy chains. Furthermore, a dark shroud enveloped him. His robe soon transformed into black armor and a cape. Soon, a terrorizing dark skull mask covered his face. I am the god of darkness. The dark flames completely melted the icy chains. Thick bolts of lightning shot out of his body when Michael snapped his finger. The wise dragon was caught off guard. Michael was in his full Lucifer form. Hence, he became a half-immortal. The wise dragon's decision to stay in the fusion stage bit the dragon in the butt. It wanted to find a way to ensure its absolute safety when crossing the heavenly tribulation to reach the half-immortal stage. The sole reason the wise dragon chose to live in the treacherous ocean was it believed the dragon clan's disappearance held the answer to many questions related to the dragons. Unfortunately, the wise dragon wasn't so wise when it decided to double-cross Michael. Greediness blinded the dragon's brain. The wise dragon thought it could find some clues about the dragon clan through the Hydra slumbering in the southern continent. But it dared not to venture into the southern continent and ask the Hydra, because it was nothing but suicidal. So once the wise dragon learned the human had met and conversed with the Hydra, it wanted to capture him. A bad move. Now the wise dragon had to pay for its mistakes. Crackling lightning bolts coiled around Michael, creating a buzzing sound of electricity. The dark flames covering him were hot enough to melt the block of ice Gaia was trapped within. Michael slowly walked toward the wise dragon. The lightning bolts shooting out from him hit the dragon left and right, without giving it any time to react. Argh, the wise dragon screamed. You were right about one thing. The cultivation stage doesn't decide our powers. Who we are does, said Michael. Despite your size, power, and knowledge, I didn't want to know about you. Do you know why? Because to me, you're just a stupid overgrown lizard. The number of lightning bolts that shot out from Michael's body increased significantly. Each bolt was powerful enough to penetrate the dragon's scales. Blood spurted out everywhere. I will make you a deal. Tell me what Adelia told you. Choose not to, your pursuit of knowledge will end here. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 676. God-killing arrows bombarded by the lightning bolts. The wise dragon finally fell to the ground. The ground shook and cracked open in multiple places. Plus, the shockwave sent Nightmare and Gaia stumbling back a few feet. Michael put his feet atop the wise dragon, pressing its head further down. The dragon tried to flap its wings to escape, but an invisible force prevented doing so. A sliver of fear slowly clutched the dragon's heart. The dragon no longer looked menacing. Instead, its round eyes gave a pitiful look. Seeing the wise dragon under Michael's feet, Gaia rushed toward the dragon. On her way, she herself transformed into the Dark Queen. You shouldn't have double-crossed us. Nightmare shook his head, almost feeling pity for the wise dragon. People who mess with them would face only one thing, death. Inside Michael's head, the system notification continuously rang without a stop. His badass points soared through from nearly 100,000 to 400,000. The way Michael surprised the wise dragon and broke the chains earned him the 300,000 badass points in mere moments. Now tell me what Adelia told her, Michael growled. His voice terrified the wise dragon. Moreover, Michael released the fear toxin from his APD to scare the dragon. He wanted to break the dragon before getting what he wanted. As Michael expected, the wise dragon resisted him. You are desperate to find her. God or no God, you can't kill me. The wise dragon arrogantly chuckled. But she can hurt you, said Michael. Gaia didn't need him to tell her twice. Immediately, she took out a crimson-red dagger. She raised the dagger. Without even Gaia telling, Nightmare breathed fire onto the dagger, turning the blade brighter and brighter. Gaia placed the burning hot dagger against the wise dragon's face, just a few inches beneath his eyes. What dash? Gaia stabbed the wise dragon, cutting its words short. Blood immediately spurted out from the wound. Michael saw the dagger for the first time. She told him about this dagger Gilrine gave her when she went hunting with him. Despite its rather ordinary look, the dagger was able to pierce through the dragon's scales. Arghahar. The wise dragon screamed. It had been decades since the wise dragon had experienced pain. But no matter how much the dragon screamed, Gaia did not stop. She twisted the dagger inside to cause more pain. This is gonna leave a mark, wise dragon. Michael emphasized the words wise dragon in a ridiculing manner. Tell us what she told you. Gaia shouted. You really should tell them. Otherwise, they will make you beg for death, said Nightmare. Still, the wise dragon did not break. As a result, Gaia drew the dagger out and held the pointy end just a few inches above the dragon's eyeball. Do you like reading? Ha punk, do ya? Gaia threatened. Meanwhile, the fear toxin's effects slowly corroded the wise dragon's valor. The dagger hanging above his eyes didn't help him either. The wise dragon panicked. Although dragons perceived the world in a different manner, they still needed eyes. Without them, the dragons were as good as dead. How could he hoard knowledge without his eyes? The wise dragon trembled in fear. Seeing the fear in the dragon's eyes, Michael snickered. Last chance. Unlike you, I don't double-cross. Tell us what Adelia told you, and it'll let you live. Gaia brought down the dagger, almost touching the dragon's eyeball. The wise dragon panicked. It trembled violently. Nonetheless, it couldn't even move a muscle, as though an invisible hand was pressing its body against the ground. I heard this line too many times. You will let me go and shall stab me. Then you will. I didn't say anything about her killing you. Michael almost broke character and laughed. The wise dragon was too wise for his sake. Its words were simply too funny. Okay, let me rephrase my words. We want kill you, not me, not her, not my dragon. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novelnext.com to experience faster update speed. How can I dash? Stab him, said Michael, interrupting the wise dragon's words. Gaia raised the dagger to bring it down upon the dragon's eyes with her full might. No. The wise dragon shouted as Gaia's hand stopped in midair. I'll tell you. Just don't hurt me. That's a good wise dragon. Michael patted the dragon's face. She told me about the god-killing arrows forged by the Skyhall founders. Michael creased his brows. What else? He growled. His voice became colder. She said there are 5 arrows, each of them scattered around the world. That's all I know, said the wise dragon. But did you try to kill her as you did to us? Gaia punched the wise dragon with the hilt of her dagger. Any dragon would have growled in fury if they weren't affected by the fear toxin. Tell me more about these arrows, wise dragon. Michael moved closer to the wise dragon to look it in the eyes. I gave the cure to her. She teleported away. I don't know more. The wise dragon was wise enough not to mention it tried to kill her, resulting in Adelia using a teleportation scroll. System. Do you know anything about these arrows? Can you track them down? Michael asked the system. He didn't see any other way to find them as the wise dragon really seemed to have no idea about the arrow's location. The system level is too low to perform the task. Unfortunately, the system couldn't help Michael. However, the system has sensed special arrays preventing normal teleportation scrolls. If she had used one despite the arrays, the space distortion would have left a mark in the wise dragon. Once the host pays 200,000 badass points and kills the dragon, the system can scan it to pinpoint Adelia's destination. From there, the host might get some answers. Surprisingly, the words followed after the system level was too low gave Michael a way to find Adelia. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Michael immediately agreed to the system. You don't know anything more? Michael tilted his head. The wise dragon slowly nodded, wordlessly telling him no. Deal is a deal, Michael sighed. Gaia clenched her fist. She didn't want to let the backstabbing dragon live. She was about to disagree with Michael when she saw Michael place both his hands on the dragon's face. The dragon suddenly quivered. Soon, it frantically wriggled its body as its obsidian eyes turned white. Michael began to use the Soul Eater on the wise dragon. Even if the system didn't ask Michael to kill the dragon, he would have done it anyway. The moment the wise dragon decided to double-cross him, it sealed its own fate. Besides, Michael knew it was going to double-cross him. How? When he activated his X-ray vision, he noticed skeletons of various races trapped inside blocks of ice beneath the ice floor. The So dragon froze after one gave him a piece of information. That was how the wise dragon remained the sole owner of such knowledge. But the wise dragon's karma caught up with it when it tried to do the same to Michael. Since the wise dragon was weakened by the lightning bolts and the fear toxin, it was easy for Michael to absorb the wise dragon's soul. He didn't get as much resistance as he got from the mutated dragon. A cloud of white smoke slowly rose from the wise dragon's eyes and floated into Michael's face. He opened his mouth to speed up the process. Gaia had to force the dragon with all her might to stop it from quivering. As seconds flew by, the wise dragon slowly stopped moving. But unlike before, a bright light shot out of Michael, enveloping the wise dragon. The light lasted for a few moments, radiating an otherworldly whistling sound. Afterward, the light disappeared along with the wise dragon's body. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net. What the heck, system? I could have sold the dragon's body for billions. Michael was stunned. He never thought the system would take the dragon's entire body and disappear. Ding. Congrats to the host for killing a fusion stage, level 10 mutated dragon. The reward is 500,000 experience points as well as 20,000 badass points. The Soul Eater has absorbed the soul of the wise dragon. The host has received 200,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current level is the fusion stage level 10. The system notification sounded in his head. After killing the wise dragon, he was just 400,000 experience points away from breaking through to the half-immortal stage. Then, You wouldn't have found where Adelia went after teleporting from here. The system rebuked. The system has located Adelia's destination using the energy mark in the wise dragon's body. Where did she go? Asked Michael. The castle of Kane family. Yet again, Michael was surprised by the system's answer. To the Kane castle? Why? Michael asked himself. Unfortunately, the host lacks the required badass points to teleport away from the treacherous ocean. So the system recommends exploiting the place and earning more badass points to give the system. Yeah, right? Michael rolled his eyes. What did you do? Gaia panicked. I may have found where your mother teleported to. Gaia's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes went wide behind her mask. Where? To the castle of the Kane family. Just like Michael, she was shocked too. She recalled meeting Elder Kane in the castle last time. Elder Kane's full name is Ashton Kane, right? Asked Nightmare. I thought it was a coincidence, but if she teleported to the Kane family out of all the places she could have, I think it might not be a coincidence. What if Ashton Kane has some connection with Adelia? Nightmare's questions made sense, and Michael shared the same thought too. Let's get out of here, said Gaia. Not yet. We have to find the curse-breaking artifact and a way to leave the place, answered Michael. The trio left the Wise Dragon's dome immediately. Once again, they resumed their journey deeper into the treacherous ocean, searching for the artifact that could give Michael a legendary skill. Chapter 677. Ghost Town. Several hours had passed since Michael had absorbed the Wise Dragon's soul. Michael's power steadily grew toward the half-immortal stage. He was pleasantly surprised to see Gaia breaking through to the soul-refining stage level 7. Unfortunately, they didn't come across any powerful enemies. Instead, they had an eventless journey. They continued to roam around the island. Michael ordered the system to scan the island to find points of interest. But after spending 200,000 badass points to locate Adelia's teleportation destination, he only had 60,000 badass points. God-killing arrows. Sounds ominous, said Nightmare. I wish we had learned about them earlier. Whatever they are, we cannot let anyone else find them, especially the Sky Hall or the Guardians, said Gaia. Her tone was grave. Judging by the name, these arrows were something that could hurt Michael. He was the only god Gaia had met in her life. Finding her mother was the only way to know more about these arrows. Let's find the artifact first. Then we can worry about these arrows, said Michael. Surprisingly, he was calm. Don't you feel everything is coming together? Asked Michael. What do you mean? Asked Gaia. Wulfric finding my identity, Rowena pretending to be my friend, your mother being a vampire, the god killing arrows. Michael listed out the things in his mind. I feel like I won't be able to live 2 lives for longer. Michael's words shocked Gaia and Nightmare. Don't tell me you're planning to reveal yourself as the Dark Lord. The entire Sky Hall will hunt you down. The last time I checked, we were not strong enough to take on the Sky Hall, said Gaia. We can't take on the Sky Hall, but we can hide from them. Michael started to form a plan if his identity got exposed. The war with Thusia might be a new beginning for him. Ironically, his life ended and started with Thusia. The history might repeat in a few months when he steps onto Thusia. System, are you powerful enough to hide me and my subordinates from the Sky Hall? Michael prayed deep down for the system to say yes. His wish came true when the system answered him. Yes. The system would require 5 million badass points to hide your and your subordinates' presence from any surveillance spells and arrays. Michael was glad he has a way to hide from the Sky Hall. Once we find Mother, she will know what to do next, Gaia said with absolute trust in her mother. We will. Nightmare brushed his head against Gaia's. He rested upon Gaia's shoulder, looking around the treacherous ocean. He was kinda curious to know why the Dragon Clan had disappeared from the face of the world. Moreover, what caused them to disappear? Each of them was in deep thought of their own. As they traveled in peace for almost an hour, they found themselves in a valley. For a moment, Michael thought it was an illusion. But it was not. They were actually looking at a lush green valley with several waterfalls around them. With creased brows, they entered the valley, expecting trouble any second. On the outside, the valley looked lush and beautiful. Even on a gloomy night, Michael could see the vegetation sprinkled around like dust of emerald. It was surprising to see a place like this in a treacherous ocean. The last time he visited with Layla, he didn't come across any places such as this. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. How could a single place have so many biomes? Michael asked himself. Look, Nightmare noticed something behind a boulder. He quickly pointed at the boulder to Michael and Gaia. They slowly made their way toward the boulder. The boulder was almost 8 feet tall and 6 feet wide. The round boulder hid something behind. When they reached the boulder, Michael slowly walked around the boulder. As they got closer to the boulder, the air smelled like rotten meat. It made Gaia twitch her nose a bit. There was a partially decayed body on the ground. Flies buzzed around the body. Judging by the decomposed rate, the body was a month older. Michael and Gaia squatted beside the body to inspect it. Although the robes were decomposed, they could make out a silver sword on the chest. It's the crest of Aragoth, said Gaia. Disciple or an elder? Asked Nightmare. Nightmare stared at the body from head to toe. Suddenly his eyes squinted. He jumped onto the body and placed his ear on the Bodhi's chest. I don't sense any arch energy in this body whatsoever. Nightmare looked at Michael and Gaia with a bewildered look on his face. In this world, everything had a trace of arch energy radiation except the junk metal which Michael used to build his drones and spiders. Even a dead body would radiate a sliver of arch energy. However, Nightmare didn't sense any energy radiation from the body. Michael. Gaia furrowed her brows. She poked the dead Bodhi's chest. Michael looked closer to see a hand imprint on the skin. It looked as though a fiery hand touched the man's chest when he was alive. She had seen the mark somewhere, but simply couldn't recall where she saw it exactly. What could leave a mark like this? Blood prints? Gaia tilted her head. No, Michael shook his head. Blood prints' corrosion would have corroded the body to the core. The mark may not be the cause of death. Michael gently lifted the body to take a look at his back. As Michael expected, he saw a deep stab wound on the back. Someone had stabbed the man from behind. Nightmare flapped his wings. From above, he looked around. His eyes fell on something written on the other side of the boulder. I may have found who killed him, said Nightmare. Both Michael and Gaia stood up before taking a few steps around the boulder. Shock and surprise emerged in their eyes. Noah. Noah's name was written on the boulder in blood. Michael shook his head. It's not Noah's style to stab someone in the back. Something else has happened here. Michael rubbed his chin. Soon after, he just shrugged. I have enough things of my own to worry about. Let's just tell the Aragoth and let them deal with this, said Michael. His words surprised Gaia. Aren't you curious about what Noah was doing in the treacherous ocean? No matter who the killer was, Noah was here. I have a bad feeling about this human. Michael halted his steps when he heard Gaia. She remembered where she had seen the mark previously. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net. Read chapter 363 to refresh your memory. The mark, I've seen it before. Michael slowly turned around. Do you remember when I told you Noah possesses a skill to lock someone's cultivation? Michael recalled Gaia's tale of Noah taking away someone's cultivation level when she was in the fire realm. Since Michael had the system, he didn't worry about Noah's skill. Noah might be powerful and a god like him, but the system was on another level. Yes, Michael nodded. I think Noah took his cultivation and someone else stabbed him to death. There is no use in fighting out his death, said Michael, looking at the dead body. My first priority is to find your mother. Even if Noah was here to do something important, I don't have enough time to take on a new task. What if he was here to take the curse-breaking artifact you're looking for? Asked Nightmare. Then let's hope he didn't get it, said Michael. He moved forward, leaving the body behind. Michael was in deep thought about the god-killing arrows and Gaia's mother. He neither had time nor mind to waste on a new problem. Although Gaia had a bad feeling about the man's death, she knew Michael was right as always. She just followed Michael behind. To their surprise, the valley was void of any mutated beings. Hence, they had a peaceful and uneventful journey. Luckily for Michael, he found several rare herbs on the way. He took his time, harvesting everything. When he exited the valley, he collected more than 50 rare herbs. Each one could be sold for at least 1,000,000 coins in an auction. He planned to grow them in his herbal garden at the Sunrise Sect. As they exited the valley, they were welcomed by the familiar misty, desolate land. Everything was shrouded in thick white mist. But in the distance, Michael vaguely saw some buildings. Michael flew toward the buildings. The closer he got to the buildings, the clearer the surroundings became. A path led toward the buildings were torn to pieces by time. Grass filled the labyrinth of cracks, and sand covered whatever was left. Gardens once looked after and trimmed to perfection were now rough and overgrown, returning back to their chaotic natural state. "What is this place?" asked Gaia. Some doors were shut tightly, others were broken down. Some forcefully, and others had simply collapsed under their own weight as time continued to eat away at them. Many buildings stood precariously upright despite looking like they had no means to do so. It'd take just a slight nudge of a strong wind to tipple them all over. What looked like once a pleasant, quiet town was now completely reclaimed by nature. The creaking of wood and grinding of metal on metal was the only sounds in this town now. They were disturbing noises in a disturbing environment. The scents of fresh bread, various fruits, and all sorts of other foods might have filled the air of the place once. Right at this moment, there was only the smell of death. Although the place looked empty and desolate, Michael sensed several mutated beings around him. They had taken the damaged buildings as their home. "Human," Gaia whispered. "I know. Keep walking," Michael calmly said. The creaking noises sounded louder and louder. The mutated beings slowly woke up from their slumber to attack Michael. To Michael's surprise, the mutated beings didn't attack him as he expected. Instead, they watched Michael from the darkness of the broken homes. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind brushed past them. Michael sensed a powerful being for a moment. "There is something here." Nightmare wrapped his tail around Gaia's neck. The spooky surrounding and the eerie sounds made even Nightmare shudder in fear. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 678. Messenger of the Blood Prince. A strange black figure ran around like a breezing wind through the fallen buildings. Even Michael had a difficult time keeping up with the figure's speed. He stepped in front of Gaia, shielding her with his body. Standing behind Michael, Gaia felt like she could face the entire world itself. "Ghost," Michael heard a hiss. The voice was eerie and spooky. Michael remained calm. "You survived," the figure hissed once again. Gaia turned around, pressed her back against Michael, and watched his back. Nightmare watched Michael's left side. They prepared themselves for another battle. Only Michael knew the figure circling them was a fusion stage warrior. His senses told Michael the figure was stronger than the wise dragon itself. "Ghost, I am getting annoyed," said Michael. Without even Michael himself realizing it, he was slowly stepping into his godhood. The stronger he was, the more he acted like a god instead of a mortal. "Patience is a virtue," the voice whispered. "The Blood Prince." The figure's words surprised Michael. "Sent his regards." Suddenly, Michael noticed the figure dashing at him with the speed of lightning. Cling. Michael's instincts screamed at him as he raised his arm, retracting the black shield. The figure's steel-like claw hit the shield. Sparks flew in all directions. Michael and Gaia took a step back due to the force. "Funny," said Michael, looking around the ghost town. "I wanted to say the same." Once again, the figure dashed at Michael with speed beyond anyone Michael had ever faced. This time, however, Michael immediately cast the ring of fire. To Michael's surprise, the figure leaped over the burning fire circle and tried to attack Michael while moving upside down. Gaia was only able to see a blur. Michael blocked the figure's fist with his black shield. The sound of metal clashing resonated in the air. "He should crawl back into whatever hole he came from," said Michael after the figure disappeared into the mist. "I am here to send you into a hole," the figure whispered back. "No," Michael snickered. "You are here to make me stronger." This chapter upload first at NovelBin.net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. After killing this stranger, probably the Blood Prince's henchman, Michael could start the heavenly tribulation to enter the half-immortal stage. For a normal cultivator, it was simply reaching the half-immortal stage. But to Michael, it was stepping into godhood. Half-immortal stage was the first step in becoming the god of darkness. The flame around Michael burning hotter and brighter. Due to the flames, the temperature around them increased by several degrees. Michael controlled the flames to send pulses of hot waves in a circle. The houses nearby them caught fire and started to burn with infuriating rage. As a result, the dark night turned brighter. Wood crackled under the scorching hot flame. A few disturbances were enough for the already shabby homes to collapse completely. Out of the blue, a steel arrow shot through the raging flames. The arrow didn't target Michael but Nightmare, who sat atop Gaia's shoulder. Michael quickly reacted. He was fortunate to grab the arrow just an inch away from Nightmare's skull. Nightmare's eyes went wide when he saw the arrow's pointy head an inch away from his eyes. "Big mistake," growled Michael. "Coming here with them is," whispered the figure. Gaia quickly raised her hand, casting a defense shield around them. A misty green dome to protect them. Although the shield couldn't completely stop the spells cast by a fusion stage cultivator, the shield could absorb some force and energy to give them enough time to react. Michael's feet slowly rose from the ground. Little by little, he ascended to the sky. If the strange figure really wanted to kill him, he had to fight Michael in the air without hiding behind ruins. The figure didn't let Michael fly higher and higher. A flaming chain shot out from the ground, coiling around Michael's leg. Michael gritted his teeth. The chains burnt the skin on Michael's leg despite the ropes. Controlling the pain, Michael lifted his leg high enough to grab the chain by his hand. He quickly conjured the dark flames disguised as emerald green flames. The dark flames protected Michael's hands. When Michael grabbed the chain, it melted due to the intense heat of the dark flame. Michael wrapped the chain around his wrist before pulling it up with enough force to lift the figure into the air. As Michael planned, the figure who held onto the other end of the chain flew straight into the air. For the first time, Michael was able to take a good look at the figure. The figure was thin as a stick who dressed in a long black coat without a shirt or anything to cover his upper body. However, his leather slim-fit pants gave him the needed agility to run around. The man grinned devilishly. His black hair fluttered in the wind, just like his long black coat. In his hand he held a pair of curved blades. The fangs were an obvious giveaway that the man was a vampire. To Michael, this vampire seemed different than the rest. Instead of asking any question, Michael raised his hand. Small golden lightning bolts danced around his wrist before shooting toward the vampire. "Don't you know my kind is immune to spells?" the vampire snickered. He didn't even bother to block the lightning bolts. Instead, he let the lightning bolts hit him. All the bolts hit the vampire right in the chest, but none could pierce his body. Gaia's eyes turned predatory. The images of the blood prince punching Michael flashed across her eyes. She wanted to rip the blood prince into pieces. Unfortunately, Gaia could sense she was not strong enough to face the vampire hovering in the air before her. This was Michael's kill. "Spell or no spell, you're going to die here," Michael said. He was nonchalant. Hearing Michael's words, the vampire grinned. To Gaia's surprise, the vampire multiplied himself. Countless copies of him materialized all around them. In a few moments, she was confused about which was the original. Each of the replicas grinned devilishly at Michael. Once again, Michael cast the ring of fire. The pulsating wave of flame shot out of Michael, burning the replicas. He used dark flames instead of normal flames. As a result, the replicas that stood within the spell's range turned into specks of light. "Primordial flame," Michael heard the figure whisper. He sensed a sliver of shock in the figure's voice. "We have lived in the shadows for too long," the figure said. "This is time to reclaim what was ours." Several arrows shot toward Michael, as he burnt every single one of them with the ring of fire. Starting with your precious river town. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Gaia felt rage coursing through her veins. On the other hand, Nightmare's body began to glimmer. He was just a few seconds away from breathing fire. But Michael remained calm. "You can burn it to the ground for all I care. But if you ever touch Thusia..." The vampire noticed Michael's eyes turning predatory. "I will raise your kind to the ground." Since Michael was a perfect liar, the vampire believed him. Michael's facial expression was good enough to fool the vampire. The vampire felt as though it had found a weakness of ghost. "Thusia, Michael shot a lightning bolt toward the vampire the moment it uttered the kingdom's name. "Don't say its name," Michael growled. Michael pretended to lose his calm. The vampire's devilish laughter echoed through the treacherous ocean. The sky flickered due to Michael's lightning bolts. Whenever Michael shot a bolt of lightning, the vampire let it hit him in the chest, and it laughed, seeing the lightning bolt had caused no damage. The battle continued for a few minutes in the air, until the vampire opened his mouth. "It's a good run. We will meet soon." The vampire faded into thin air, leaving them behind. Even Michael didn't expect the vampire just to disappear. He was somewhat disappointed. He could have killed the vampire to trigger the heavenly tribulation, in his case, stepping into godhood. "How are these vampires going in and out of places that even we can't?" asked Nightmare. "They must have a teleporter," answered Gaia. Michael didn't say anything but flew toward the tallest building in the ghost town. Judging by the tower and the building's architecture, it must have been a place where the people used to worship. The closeted thing Michael could compare the building was a church. The building's roof collapsed, and only one wall remained still, threatening to crumble down any second. There was only a large hole where the front door might have been. "Are we going inside?" asked Gaia. They landed before the entrance. Gaia looked inside to see nothing but ruins, wild veins, roots, and rotten logs. Michael floated a few inches above the ground to prevent their footsteps from knocking down the dominoes of a building. When he entered the building, the first thing he noticed was a 12 feet tall broken statue of a dragon. Half of the dragon's body crumbled due to the time. It sat there with its wings closed, looking at the sky. Nightmare flew toward the statue from Gaia's shoulder. He noticed several holes and hollows on the statue with crumbs of gold. Nightmare knew whoever came before they picked the statue clean of its decorations. Michael couldn't help feeling a bit down for the dragons. Once a great and powerful clan turned into nothing but a trace of history. The remaining dragons had long forgotten their legacy, and lived either as familiars or wild dragons that hoard valuables, such as the wise dragon. Nightmare landed before the statue. He lowered his head, bowing. Unlike Michael and Gaia, Nightmare felt the urge to worship the statue the moment he laid his eyes on it. "Will you two give me some time alone?" asked Nightmare. They sensed a tinge of sadness in his voice. Michael nodded before turning around. Gaia, on the other hand, wanted to sit beside the little dragon to console him. But Michael grabbed her hand and dragged her with him to explore the ruins. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 679. Gift from the Dark Lord. Leaving Nightmare to stay in silence and reflect on the dragon clan's disappearance, Michael slowly walked around the ruin, as though he was searching for something. Gaia briefly looked around the castle, but she saw nothing but ruins. Finally, Gaia couldn't hold back her tongue. "What are we doing here?" asked Gaia. "There is something under this temple," Michael calmly said. His words surprised Gaia. "So you're looking for a secret entrance?" asked Gaia. Michael nodded. "Look around. This place is in ruins. The entrance to the underground might have collapsed for all we know." Gaia was right. The lever to open up the underground chamber was long ago crumbled down. As a result, Michael had to look for an alternative way to open the entrance, which he needed to find out where. He could turn to the system, yet he chose not to until he couldn't find any other way. He was saving badass points in case he needed them when he's breaking through to the half-immortal stage. Despite her thought, Gaia still helped him by looking around, turning things and searching for the entrance. "What about the statue? It's a classic act to hide the switch or the entrance within the statue," said Gaia. "It's pretty obvious, so the entrance won't be there," said Michael. He had already scanned the statue, finding no hidden mechanisms. They continued to roam around the temple, until Gaia noticed a broken portrait hanging on the wall that stood still. She cautiously made her way to the portrait. She slowly removed the portrait from the wall. Nothing had happened as she expected. She turned around the portrait. When she removed the portrait, Michael saw a gentle heat inside the portrait with his thermal vision. He floated outward the portrait. The back of the portrait was a rough surface. On the corner, Michael noticed a half an inch hollow, the size of a thumb. "Nightmare, come here, buddy," Michael called out for Nightmare. It took Nightmare a few moments to open his eyes and fly toward Michael. "Are you all right?" asked Gaia. "Just felt bad for everything." Nightmare looked around. Michael grabbed Nightmare's arm and placed it on the hollow. Michael knew a fingerprint reader when he saw one. As Michael expected, when Nightmare's skin touched the portrait trembled. Gaia felt the portrait getting hotter and hotter to the point she had to take her hand off of it. Suddenly, a light shot out from the portrait toward the dragon statue. Then the light reflected on the statue to take a 60-degree turn. Michael moved the portrait a bit, but no matter where he moved the portrait, the light spotted the exact same location. "Nightmare, hold on to it," said Michael. He quickly flew toward the spotlight to investigate. Michael raised his palm toward the spotlight on the ground, sending a gust of wind to clean the dust and pebbles. After cleaning up, he noticed a tiny keyhole. Michael looked around the ruin once again. It would take ages to find the key if it was here. Finally, Michael willed the system to open this door. Since Michael had found the door and only needed a key, the system was only able to charge him 10,000 badass points. This chapter upload first at NovelBin.net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. NovelBin. A couple of minutes later, a bright laser shot out from Michael's finger into the keyhole. The floor cracked as Michael heard something moving beneath him. Slowly, a handle emerged from the ground. Michael pulled it up to open the entrance to the underground. "Let's go," Gaia said. Nightmare followed Gaia behind. They saw Michael jump down into the hole first. Gaia followed him first and Nightmare entered the hole last. At that moment, Michael fell down a dark hole with no light. Gaia increased her speed to reach Michael. She quickly conjured a ball of light to illuminate the place. The hole was deep enough for them to continuously freefall for almost a minute. Finally, thanks to the light, they were able to see the bottom. They landed on the ground with a small thud. The tunnel before them was the only way to move forward. Michael led Gaia and Nightmare into the tunnel. In addition to Gaia's light, there was another light source at the end of the tunnel. Moreover, Michael heard the rustling sound of a waterfall. They walked in silence. Unlike outside, Michael sensed no mutated beings around him. While following Michael, Gaia looked around at the drawings on the tunnel walls. Most of them depicted the war between the Dragon Clan and the Beastmen. "This place must be ancient," said Gaia. "And untouched." Nightmare pointed at a mud pot filled with gold chains, artifacts, and chalices. "Leave them alone for now. We'll loot this place on our way out," said Michael. He had noticed the mud pots filled with valuables. If his guess was right, these were the offerings to the dragon in that statue. There was at least 10 million worth of loot in the tunnel. He could sell them for more since they were ancient, and collectors in this world would pay any price for something found in the treacherous ocean. But Michael couldn't feel happier because all of his focus was on the energy source he's been sensing ever since he entered this ghost town. The source was getting closer. He could feel its pulsating energy. Is it first energy? Michael questioned himself. The last time he saw the first energy, he ended up soul-walking Layla and created a spirit child. Michael's train of thought was abruptly cut short by Gaia. "Human, look." Michael turned around to see Gaia staring at something on the wall. Her eyes went wide, and Nightmare shared the same bewildered look. Because Michael was focused on the energy source, he failed to notice the drawings that drew Gaia's attention. Once Michael reached Gaia's side, he noticed a part of the wall painted in black paint in stark contrast to the rest of the brownish tunnel wall. The engravings on the wall reminded him of the engravings in the Shadow Realm. He creased his brows as he saw a cobra, a dragon atop the cobra's head, and a human walking engraved on the wall. The cobra definitely symbolized Gaia as she was a naga. In her true form, she would look like a terrifying giant cobra. The dragon atop the cobra was Nightmare because he was sitting on Gaia's shoulder as they walked, which meant the human was Michael. But these weren't the things that surprised Michael or shocked Gaia and Nightmare. Instead, it was what was written down beneath the engravings. "A gift for my dark queen," Michael read the words. He touched the engraving. The moment his hand touched the wall, he felt a bolt of electricity running down his spine. Immediately his vision became dark. "I have guided you as far as I could." Michael heard his own voice in his head. The path before you is rough. Take what I left for you and let Gaia use it. Do not forget to strengthen your allies. War is won by an army, not by a single person. And yes, I am you. Michael realized the message was left by the future Dark Lord who had become the past. Find my armor with the system's help. It will help you greatly in the path forward. Good luck, Michael. Michael's vision slowly returned to normal. Gaia stood beside him with her hand on his shoulder. You dazed out. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net visit Novelbin. Com. For the best no_vel_read_ng experience. I left something for you, said Michael. Huh. Gaia tilted her head with a bewildered look. My past self. When I touched this, I heard him. He said he has left something for you. Michael took a deep breath. He moved further into the tunnel without uttering a word. Nightmare and Gaia followed him behind. After walking for a minute, they finally saw the tunnel opening into a spacious area. Surprisingly, they could see the dark sky above them. One could see a lush green grass field with a couple of trees scattered across. A frothy cascade of water fell into a plunge pool, forming a violent waterfall. Under the sky was yet another dragon statue covered in moths. In their mouth, they saw a bright ball of energy. The light from the ball of energy lit the area bright. Additionally, it created an otherworldly whistling noise. The pulsating energy could be felt from afar. What is that? Gaia's jaw dropped a couple of inches. She felt like the energy is calling her. Without her control, she started to walk toward the statue. Pure first energy. Michael recognized this energy. However, it differed from the first energy he came across with Layla. System, is this thing going to trigger something? Asked Michael. The energy has been purified and specifically modified to be absorbed by subordinate Gaia, said the system. Michael heard a tinge of surprise in the system's voice. But the system can sense a sliver of instability in the energy due to staying dormant for many years. What does that mean? That means once the subordinate Gaia has started to absorb the energy, it would create a shock wave that attracts the mutated beings in a mile radius toward you, said the system. Let them come. Gaia was just a couple of meters away from the statue when she turned around. Michael, what should I do? I feel like it's calling to me, said Gaia. Michael made his way toward her. He gently placed his hand on her shoulder. Cultivate that energy and do not stop under any circumstances until you've done, said Michael. With a nod, Gaia sat in a meditating position to start cultivating. Nightmare, get ready. This is going to get ugly. Michael unsheathed his swords. They were no special by any means. He got them from the Voldegard mansion. Meanwhile, Nightmare returned to his original size. The ground beneath them trembled as soon as Gaia began to absorb the energy. Michael immediately took out a fuel can from the system storage. He cast the lightning dash before pouring the fuel around them. Sparks flew out of Michael's fingers. He ignited the fuel with his dark flames. At that moment, countless thundering roars resonated throughout the area. Michael and Nightmare were poised to attack whatever comes toward them. Come on, come on, come on. Michael repeated the words, preparing himself for a bloody battle. Chapter 680. Fighting an army of mutated beings. Michael felt the energy getting denser in the atmosphere. When Michael looked over his shoulder, he noticed a sliver of pure white energy enveloping her body. Gaia's power shot through the roof. Meanwhile, countless mutated beings of all shapes leaped to the ground from higher ground. They were surrounded. The only silver lining was this first wave only contained mutated beings at the core formation stage. But Michael sensed more powerful mutated beings approaching them. Nightmare flapped his wings, reaching the sky. He opened his mouth, breathing a crimson-red stream of fire onto the mutated beings. His dragon breath turned everything into ash. In a few seconds, Nightmare killed almost half of the mutated beings. After burning them to ashes, Nightmare landed near Gaia to protect her in case a mutated being sneaked past Michael and him. On the other hand, Michael did not move. Golden bolts of lightning crackled around his wrist. The buzzing sound from the bolts sounded louder and louder. Without moving an inch, Michael raised his sword as the bolts of lightning shot out from his words. The thick golden lightning bolt penetrated a couple of mutated beings at once. Their heads exploded as they hit the ground with a sickening thud. The light on Gaia's body glowed brighter, fighting the death range cast by Michael. The place almost looked black and fought due to the light conflict. At the same time he cast the ring of fire. The pulsating fire was dark instead of crimson red. Michael did not hold back from using the dark flames. Even Nightmare's dragon breath took a couple of seconds to turn the mutated beings to ash, but the dark flames did the same in an instant. Michael's experience points rapidly climbed up. Finally, the first wave of mutated beings were all killed by Nightmare and Michael. Silence fell over them. Except for a howling wind and the shuddering sound of the waterfall, they heard nothing. For a few minutes, everything seemed calm. But Michael knew it was just the calm before the storm. "Be ready." Michael looked at Nightmare. "They are coming," said Michael. Nightmare nodded. He slowly ascended to the sky to get a good look at the mutated beings. When he reached the sky, he furrowed. There were at least 100 mutated beings swarming from every direction. Nightmare didn't fly toward them. Instead, Nightmare hovered over Gaia, waiting for the mutated beings to get closer. This time, Michael started the battle with the wind blast. He saw mutated humanoid beings running, and some crawling toward him. They reached their hands out as though they wanted to rip out Michael's head. Most of the mutated beings were at the core strengthening stage, and some were at the soul refining stage. Michael immediately targeted the soul refining stage mutated beings. They weren't humanoid beasts. All the soul refining stage beings were some kind of four-legged beasts. They resembled rhinoceros on Earth, except these were taller than a typical man. The ground trembled as the army of mutated beings moved forward. Lightning dash. Michael disappeared from the place. He dashed at them, leaving streaks of golden lightning on his trail. Michael leaped into the air and brought down his fists. Michael used all his strength to punch the ground. The ground split open as his punch created a crater. The shockwave sent several mutated beings flying back. The soul refining stage beasts collapsed onto the crater formed by Michael's punch. He immediately followed up his attack with the ring of fire. Wave after wave, the dark flames shot out of Michael. The mutated beings stood no chance against the most powerful primordial flame. They all turned to ashes, including the soul refining stage beasts. Ding. Congrats to the host for killing a soul refining stage, level 6 mutated beast. The reward is 300,000 experience points as well as 20,000 badass points. Ding! Congrats to the host for killing a soul refining stage, level 7 mutated beast. The reward is 300,000 experience points as well as 20,000 badass points. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net if you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. The source of this content is NovelBin. Ding! Congrats to the host for killing a soul refining stage, level 3 mutated beast. The reward is 300,000 experience points as well as 20,000 badass points. Maximum experience points reached. The host has enough experience points to start the heavenly tribulation. Additional points will be stored in the system temporarily to be consumed after reaching through to the half-immortal stage. The system recommends the host find a safe place to start the tribulation. The tribulation must not be stopped for any reason. The system sounded in his head. But he ignored it because he was in the middle of a battle. Whether the battle was small or big, he always gave his full focus. Otherwise, a simple mistake could result in a catastrophe. On the side, Nightmare breathed fire in a circle. He kept the mutated beings at bay. Michael fully immersed himself in the battle. The more he fought, the darker the area became. Michael let his suppressed powers out, reaching his full potential. Thunder rumbled in the distance as the golden bolts of lightning gradually turned black. His speed increased to the point even Nightmare could only see the afterimages left behind by Michael. Dark ooze-like blood spurted out as limbs and heads flew on the battlefield. Powerful crescent-shaped fire blades cut through the mutated beings like a hot knife through butter. Michael combined his spells to form new powerful spells. For instance, the fire blades were created by combining the ring of fire and wind blast. Michael killed all the soul refining stage rhinos except one. When Michael burnt the rest, it was far away from the reach of the ring of fire. Hence, it escaped the wrath of dark flames. The rhino's roar echoed through the battlefield. Michael and the beast made eye contact. Without wasting a moment, The rhino kicked the floor and jogged toward Michael. Everything that stood in its way got either crushed or thrown away. Tiny bolts of lightning began to crackle around Michael's feet. When Michael dashed forward, his speed created a sonic wave that blasted off everything around him. Nightmare could only see a streak of black lightning. Under Nightmare's gaze, the rhino and Michael clashed. Their collision created another shock wave. The ground around them formed several cracks. No one had seen Michael's fist meeting the rhino's face. Michael didn't hold back. His punch knocked down the mammoth of a rhino. Silenes, Michael cast the time-slowing spell for the first time. As soon as he cast the spell, everything in a 0.5-meter radius seemed to have been halted. The mutated beings, including the rhino, moved in slow motion. Michael used this momentary slowness to plunge his sword into the rhino's belly. His sword didn't go through easily, but Michael quickly covered his left fist with the dark flame and punched the rhino. The rhino's hide was strong but not strong enough to withstand the dark flames. His fist created a hole in the rhino's belly. Quickly, Michael plunged his sword, cutting its innards. Moreover, Michael sent a thick bolt of lightning through the hall. Suddenly, the surroundings became normal. The rhino roared. It wasn't a roar of agony or pain, as the mutated beings felt neither. The roar contained pure hatred toward anything other than a mutated being. Michael cast the ring of fire without giving the rhino a chance to retaliate. Since Michael was standing close to the rhino, the dark flames didn't take much time, turning the rhino into a pile of hot ash. The dark flame swallowed the rhino and spat out nothing. Even the rhino's bones were turned to ashes. Any creature with a brain would have been terrified by Michael's kill. Unfortunately, the mutated beings lacked brain functionality. They kept coming at Michael as if nothing had happened. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net follow current novels on n0velbin.com. The dark flames pulsed out from Michael. Every time it pulsated, a wave of dark flames shot out, turning everything around him to ashes. Considering Michael had used the death range, he stepped onto the half-immortal stage. To a half-immortal, the core-strengthening or soul-refining stage mutated beings were as weak as ants. Michael killed them all without breaking a sweat. The battle only lasted for another minute or two. In the second wave, Michael killed more mutated beings than Nightmare. Michael breathed heavily. He was covered entirely in dark ooze spurted out from the mutated beings. He slowly cleaned the sword blades on his elbow. Once the eerie silence had returned to the field, Michael landed just beside Gaia with a single leap. "How long will it take?" asked Nightmare. "Why? You have somewhere to be?" Michael raised his brow. He was in a good mood after accumulating enough points to reach the half-immortal stage. Moreover, the battle was far from over. So right out of the bat, he could reach level 2 or 3 of the half-immortal stage, depending on the experience points cap. Michael noticed Gaia reaching soul-refining stage 8, and her power kept increasing. He wondered how the past Dark Lord, who was himself, managed to refine the first energy. The only guess Michael had was the system. The duo patiently waited beside Gaia, regaining their strength. Michael emptied several revitalizing potions down his throat, and tossed some into Nightmare's mouth. Feeling the powerful energy radiation, Michael was tempted to use the energy devourer. However, he himself said he left this to Gaia. Hence, Michael withheld himself. Gaia must be as strong as him to face the foes ahead of them. Out of the blue, Nightmare and Michael heard a thunderous roar. Michael closed his eyes to sense how many mutated beings were on their way. To Michael's surprise, he sensed only one. Judging by the mutated being's speed, it was walking at the speed of a typical human. Michael slowly turned around. He was surprised by the mutated being. It was neither a beast nor any normal humanoid mutated being. Instead, what stood several meters ahead of Michael was an 8-feet-tall orc with a 6-feet-tall club. His skin was gentle green, with hollow eyes. The orc was muscular. He looked like he could break a tree in half just with his brute strength. Various armaments, such as a chain of fingers around his neck, decorated his body. "Stay back," said Michael. The orc was at the fusion stage level 7. Nightmare was no match for him. Sensing the power radiation from the orc, Nightmare didn't argue. Instead, he stepped back, opening his wings to shield Gaia. Instead of mindlessly dashing at Michael like the others, the orc stood on higher ground, staring at Michael. Michael felt as though the orc was studying him. "What's he doing?" Nightmare mumbled. Michael remained calm. He cracked his neck before taunting the orc to make his move. "Come on. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone." Chapter 681. Gaia's transformation. The orc and Michael looked at each other. They were in a staring contest. After a while, the orc finally took a step forward. A green mist enveloped the club in the orc's hand. Every other mutated being Michael had met was dumb, stupid, and brainless. However, the orc seemed different. Michael didn't know the orc was ancient, several thousand years older than the mutated being Michael had faced. The treacherous ocean twisted the orc's soul and mind to the point the orc developed a sense of intelligence. The orc was once a mindless mutated beast, but not anymore. It had evolved. Soon the slow steps turned into running. Michael stood there without moving. Lightning bolts crackled around Michael's fist and feet. He waited for the orc to get closer. The distance between Michael and the orc rapidly closed to the point there was only 10 meters distance between them. At that moment, Michael dashed toward the orc. In a blink of an eye, the orc's club and Michael's swords clashed. Sparks flew, creating clashing metal sounds. The orc roared. Despite the orc's size, it moved with speed beyond mortal limits. The orc swung his club left and right with no technique, but with brute force. A single blow could force a man's head to his chest cavity. Michael swayed his body to avoid the club. With lightning speed, Michael swung his swords. As Michael expected, the sword couldn't even scrap the orc's thick skin. He felt like he was trying to cut a concrete block. The orc quickly retaliated by throwing his fist at Michael. The latter barely evaded the punch. Suddenly the orc roared. A powerful sonic wave shot out of its mouth and sent Michael flying for a couple of meters. "That's unexpected," said Michael when he landed on the ground. Michael was lucky to have the responsive shield in his arsenal. Otherwise, the sound wave shot out of the orc's mouth would have torn his eardrums and crushed a few bones. Still, the roar damaged Michael's organs a bit. The APD quickly pumped a healing potion into his bloodstream, keeping Michael in perfect shape. Michael took a deep breath. He threw away the two swords because they were useless in this fight. Instead of using swords, Michael conjured the dark flames. He covered his fist with the dark flames. The flame burnt off his sleeves. Michael felt powerful and badass with the flaming fists. "Let's see how thick your skin is," Michael snickered. Yet again Michael dashed at the orc. If there was no light coming from the energy behind Michael, he would have been stronger. Complete darkness with no light would boost Michael's strength several times. Nonetheless, Michael was more than strong enough to fight the orc. After all, the orc was at the fusion stage, but Michael was at the half-immortal stage. Michael delayed the battle intentionally to give Gaia enough time. If Michael had killed the orc sooner, stronger mutated beings could appear next. But for some strange reason, no mutated beings appeared in the area. It worked in Michael's favor. He took his sweet time with the orc. But that wasn't to say the orc was an easy opponent. On the contrary, the orc was stronger than any fusion stage cultivator Michael had faced. The orc threw his fist and at the same time, swung its club. This time Michael didn't evade. Instead, he just grabbed the club. A powerful shock wave appeared when Michael stopped the club with his hand. On the other hand, he grabbed the orc's fist. Michael looked up at the orc with a snicker. The very next moment, Michael pulled the club and fist toward him and kicked the orc in the gut with his knee. The orc spurted out dark blood. Michael quickly turned around before throwing the orc over his head. The orc hit the ground with a loud thud. The ground formed several cracks beneath the orc when Michael smashed him on the ground. Michael did not stop. He stomped the orc in the chest with enough force to break several ribs inside the orc. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. The latest _AP_SODIes are on the NOVL-BY-IN website. The orc opened his mouth to roar, but Michael quickly raised his arms, casting the wind blast spell. The sonic wave from the orc's mouth and the wind blast from Michael collided in the middle. The collision created a shock wave that sent both of them flying in opposite directions. Michael landed on his feet comfortably, unlike the orc. The flames burned darker and hotter around Michael's fist. He cracked his neck. Nightmare turned his gaze away from the battle to Gaia. She was still cultivating the energy. Her power had grown from soul refining stage level 8 to level 9. Gaia's black hair fluttered in the wind as her entire body glowed. He noticed golden snake scales appearing on her skin. On the other hand, Michael did not notice the changes on Gaia's skin. He focused on battling the orc. While the orc was getting back to his feet, Michael made his way to the boulder nearby. Michael punched the boulder, cracking it open like an egg. He grabbed the 2 large pieces of the boulder, lifted them up, and threw them toward the orc. Seeing the 2 large stones flying toward him, the orc quickly raised his hands in front of his face. The 2 boulders hit the orc before scattering into pieces. The orc was thrown backward by force. When he lowered his arms, Michael was in the air. He fired lightning bolts one after another. Michael flew around in the air, bombarding the orc with lightning bolts. In Nightmare's eyes, Michael looked more like a god of lightning than the god of darkness. The orc couldn't keep up with Michael's offense. After a while, the orc surprised Nightmare by leaping into the air. The orc tried to battle Michael in the air. Nightmare saw the orc and Michael fly across the sky, fighting each other. They moved too fast to the point Nightmare could only see blurry images in the sky. The battle between the orc and Michael continued for nearly 15 minutes. Michael dragged the fight as long as he could. Although the orc began to fight aggressively like a wounded animal, Michael remained unscathed. To Michael's surprise, Gaia rapidly reached higher and higher in cultivation power. He thought she would stop breaking through once she had reached the fusion stage level 3 or 4. On the contrary, her absorption of the energy increased by several folds. She climbed up the cultivation without slowing down. Fusion stage level 3, fusion stage level 4, fusion stage level 5, fusion stage level 6. Her power soared through the roof. Nightmare had a difficult time breathing standing beside Gaia. In the air, the battle continued. The orc was in much more rough shape than before. His entire body was riddled with burning wounds caused by Michael's flaming fists. Yet, despite all the wounds and broken bones, the orc continued to fight with new vigor. His wounds even slowly healed. Michael had enough of the orc. He wanted to finish the battle. The quickest way to finish the fight was to grab the orc's head and twist it around. Michael was about to evade the orc's punch and flew behind him when a bright beam of light shot out from Gaia toward the sky. The sound of rumbling thunder echoed through the treacherous ocean. Nightmare saw Gaia slowly starting to float in the air. Finally, her power stopped rising. Gradually, the bright ball of energy in the dragon's mouth lost its glow. In a few moments, the light faded away from the energy ball and around Gaia. She floated in the midair with her hair fluttering. Just like lightning bolts danced around Michael's body, slithering snakes made of emerald green energy coiled around Gaia. They were in the hundreds. Tiny ethereal snakes coiled around her. Michael stopped fighting as he felt a strange force enveloping the orc. Gaia slowly opened her eyes. They were green with slit pupils. Suddenly, Michael's neck hair stood up. She looked over his shoulder to see a giant cobra materialize in the air. It glimmered like it was made of pure gold. The snake hissed at the orc, slowly wrapping its tail around the orc. The orc frantically wriggled his body to escape the snake's clutches. But the ethereal snake was too strong. It slowly crushed his body. Michael heard sickening bone-crushing sounds. Slowly, the hissing snake opened its mouth, devouring the orc. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelBin.com to experience faster update speed. Michael saw the orc's skin melting inside the snake's mouth. Since the snake was translucent, he could see the orc gradually turning into a skeleton. Ding! Subordinate Gaia killed a fusion stage level 10 mutated orc. The reward is 300,000 experience points. Michael heard the system sounding in his head. The Gaia before him was just as strong as him, a level 10 fusion stage cultivator. By absorbing the purified first energy left behind by the Dark Lord, Gaia jumped from the soul refining stage cultivator to a fusion stage cultivator. I feel strong, said Gaia. She clenched her fist and looked at her arms. Yes, you are. Michael wrapped his arm around Gaia. He gave a gentle headbutt before a warm kiss on the cheek. System, pinpoint the curse-breaking artifact's location. Michael ordered the system. He accumulated enough badass points to locate the artifact instead of aimlessly roaming around the treacherous ocean. He didn't have any need to wander around. He got enough experience points to break through to the half-immortal stage. According to the system, he had to be in a safe environment to start the tribulation. The treacherous ocean was anything but safe. Finding a safe environment was Michael's next goal. But first he needed to get the artifact for Eve's sake. The system asked for 100,000 badass points to pinpoint the location. It was worth the price. After a while, Michael sensed a strange energy. That was the curse-breaking artifact. Without lingering around, Michael flew in the artifact's direction. "Where are we going?" asked Nightmare. He had so many questions to ask Gaia, but for now he chose not to. To take the artifact that would break Eve's curse once and for all. That you're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.